to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia. Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Oh, it's all very jazzy, that music, isn't it? Good morning. Good morning, my lovely friends. Thank you so much for joining me on this Saturday, the 1st of February, and at the start of my very special birthday weekend. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a special weekend for my birthday, and because it's the 1st of February as well. You know, it's not just about that. But, oh my goodness, I've got so many lovely things to share with you over the weekend. Now, before we go any further, I just want to mention we have got a shop to win today and one tomorrow. Now, each day we're doing this shop to win. There's a bundle of prizes, £250 worth of prizes, all in one big bundle. And we've got a big bundle to give away today, and we've got a big bundle to give away tomorrow. Winners will be announced on Monday. Now, the way it works is every single time you purchase an item, every single individual item is another entry into the prize draw. So the more you shop, the more chances you've got of winning that £250 bundle. And it'll be 2 separate winners for the 2 separate days. So that's fabulous. Love that. Love that. So you could buy a pack of needles or a pattern and win £250 worth of prizes. Wouldn't that be wonderful? So we've got a fantastic day coming up. Now, I just want to... Yes, I'll just... Shall I, or not? Yeah, come with me. Come with me. So I'm super excited because we are launching my brand new quilt pattern, which is called Sierra Nevada. And it's my follow-up. Just move the dolls a little bit. It's my follow-up to New Mexico. And I wanted to design a quilt that had all those gorgeous earthy colours, but also easy piecing. So beginner level, made in rows, easy rows, and a good manageable size as well. Now, I have got kits for this quilt. The price is amazing. And I've also got patterns on their own. So if you want either of those, you can shop ahead, and I'll give you a good old tour of this, but I want to show it you now, just so if you want to, you can get started and get shopping. Also, while I'm here, have you seen these fabulous dolls from Cotton Fairy? Catherine Ross is an absolute genius. I adore these. But beyond that, look what Catherine made for me. Now, this actually made me cry. Because this is, look, it's tiny me. I'm absolutely in awe of her talent. Absolutely incredible. I'm just going to leave him there. Legs akimbo. There he is. Hello. Hello, it's me. I wish I had that much hair. Look at that. Oh, gorgeous. Lots of love for the quilt behind me. Thank you so much. I'm excited to show you. It is beginner level. That, for me, is the perfect quilt. Something that looks difficult, but is actually really basic piecing. It's half square triangles, strips and squares. That's it. No paper piecing either. Now, heading back over, let's start with our first early bird. I've got two. These are so cute. Now then, we're starting off with needle minders. Now, you actually get all 5. This is incredible value. Now, these are needle minders, but you can wear them. So you can wear them like as a pin badge because you have a magnet on one side, and obviously this is magnetised as well. You've also got a little loop, metal loop in the top. So if you wanted to add a split ring and wear them on a chain or a necklace, or even on like a little, you could even put these and have them as stitch markers for crochet or knitting if you put a split pin on them. You get the strawberry, you get the sewing machine, you get the floral cat, love that, you get the cupcake, hello, hello, and you also get, rainbow is my favourite colour, the gorgeous rainbow as well. Now, obviously, if you wear a pacemaker or have a pacemaker, be aware it's a magnet, but they're the small magnets, but you know what you can do. But these are adorable. You get all 5. And they are $19.99, which I think is incredible. That means you're only paying £4 per... Wait a minute. Is that birthday cake falling down? Now, that is amazing, because at £13, that is well under £3. Amazing, $2.59 each. That is incredible. They have backs on them. They have like a magnet on the back. In fact, I'll get one out just so you can see. These are absolutely gorgeous. So look, you've got this is the floral kitty cat. Ah, Michelle from Lincolnshire says, good morning, Stuart. Have a lovely birthday. Thank you. Are those little ducks? Love it. Oh, are they little faces? Oh, they're faces. Sorry. Do you know, this is a sign of my advancing years. What is it? Look at the pretty ducks. Carolyn from West Midlands says, happy birthday to you from Reggie and the Salts. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. Oh, that sounds like a really cool band. What are you doing tonight? I'm going to see Reggie and the Salts. Oh my, you're so cool. Happy birthday weekend, gorgeous Stuart. Thank you, Annette. She says, hope you have a fabulous time. Looking forward to celebrating this weekend with you on Sewing Street. Thank you, Annette. Stay for the whole weekend. It's going to be fab. Look, you've got your little magnet on the back, and there's your other magnet. So you can clip them together. You can put them on your cross stitch, and then you put your needle on top. However you want to do it. They're really good. Or you can wear them. So look, like I'll show you like this. Sorry, it's on the mic. There we go, like that. You see? So it just all clips together. Really nice. And then you can keep your needle there, or a couple of pins or something like that. They're good, aren't they? Fab. Happy birthday weekend, Stuart, from Tracy on the Isle of Wight. Have a fabulous time. I can't wait for the new Tilda and your fab new quilt. Thank you, Tracy. Well, don't forget, every single purchase is another entry in our Shop to Win prize draw. So if you buy a bundle of Tilda and the needle minders, that's 2 entries into the prize draw. You could be our winner today of £250 worth of prizes. Loads of messages on Facebook. Tina says, morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Thank you, darling. Pam says, good morning. Gorgeous. Happy birthday weekend. It's my grandson's first birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday. Jean says, good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love, Jean, near Land's End. Oh, lovely. Thanks, Jean. Tracy says, morning, lovely, Stuart. Gorgeous quilt. Love. Have a great birthday weekend. Thank you, darling. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Your latest quilt is stunning. Have a great birthday weekend. Thank you. Morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Handsome man. Thank you. I'll take that, Sandra. Looking forward to your birthday weekend. Love your new quilt design. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Sandra's talking about Sierra Nevada, which is this brand new quilt. It's easy, beginner level piecing. sewed in rows. It's not foundation pieced at all. It is basic strip squares, half square triangles, no foundation piecing at all. And it's easy. Now I've got kits. I've got kits to make the quilt. The price is incredible. It's all solids. It's all our beautiful Rose and Hubble solids. So the price is phenomenal. Size-wise, it's completely doable on your domestic sewing machine. You're going to love it. Right, let's do the menu, and then we'll do our second early bird. I've got two. Viv also says, happy birthday, Stuart. I wanted to wish you a lovely day before I'm off to quilt class. Viv, you're an angel for that. Thank you so much. Have a great time at quilt class. Right, our menu, here we go. So this first hour, it is Tilda Sunday brunch fabric launch. Now, is it just me? Or I would have put that on Sunday. But we're having Sunday brunch on Saturday. Who cares? Who cares? It is a gorgeous range of fabric, and the blender's called Tipsy. I mean, what's not to love? Now, at 9 o'clock, we have got the launch of my brand new quilt pattern and quilt kit, Sierra Nevada. This is the follow-up to my new Mexico quilt. I hope you're going to love it. Now, at 10 o'clock, the incredible Catherine Ross is here from Cotton Fairy with beautiful felt dolls. These are my special little friends, and they are absolutely gorgeous. So clever. Absolutely beautiful. 11 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. Now, while we're here, I just want to mention, so you can get ahead, the side cutter foot from Brother is back in stock. Now, we find it so hard to get these in stock, and we literally buy everything Brother have got. I won't mess about. I've got 39. I've got 39 side cutter feet. 30, yeah. They'll fit your Brother FS250, your 210, your 180, your 130. They'll fit your MV 1100. They basically fit any of your Brother, standard Brother machines. But if you want to check if it will fit your machine, just go online and check. That's the side cutter foot. I've also got the Brother FS250 and the MV 1100 in that hour. They're back in stock. I have limited numbers, and they're at the most amazing price. So I just wanted to give you a heads up about those. Right, okay, that's sewing room tools at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, Catherine is back with the most amazing applique designs. Now, we've got the Fairy Tea Party applique quilt pattern, but we've also got transport-themed appliques. We've got letters and numbers. We have got seaside-themed appliques. There's butterflies. There's so many different amazing appliques in that hour. So if you want to learn how to applique with style, make sure you stay tuned all morning. And remember, we have Shop to Win running throughout the day. Any purchase, now it could be from the show, it could be from the web, either is good. It's just shopping today. Every single item you buy is another entry into the prize draw, and you could win £250 worth of sewing goodies. One winner today, one winner tomorrow. Oh, you get fabric. Did you say a lamp? Oh, fantastic. Love, absolutely. There's loads of gorgeous stuff in there. Jan says, happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Thank you, Jan. Nicholas says, happy birthday, Stuart. Got your quilt kit? Very tempted by the Tilda. It's so pretty. It is gorgeous. Thank you. Princess says, happy birthday, Stuart. Diane says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a fabulous weekend. Sue says, happy birthday, Stuart. Love that quilt. It's already found its way into my basket. Thank you, Sue. Mo says, happy birthday, handsome. And just hang on there. Mo crocheted me this little fella, look, and sent it in. Mo, thank you so much. I haven't thought of a name yet. I'm thinking Snowflake. What do we think about Snowflake? Snowball. Snowballs. Ah, gorgeous. Mo, he's kind of sparkly like snow. He's absolutely gorgeous, Mo. You made my morning. Thank you so much for him. He's gorgeous. He's gorgeous. Not now, not now. Second early bird, please. Let's do it. Right. Now, it's a classic. And it's a classic because everyone needs one. Everyone needs one. It is our wool pressing mat. It's from Millwood. It is fabulous quality. Now, this is 42 centimetres by 29.7, which in old money is 11.5 inches by 16.5 inches. Sort of perfect size for your patchwork and quilting. We're crashing the price to under £20. It's $19.99. Fantastic opportunity. My first wool pressing mat was about £50, about this size. $19.99 is incredible. Heat retention, amazing. Firm, perfect pressing surface. Also really good if you're a dressmaker for doing those detail pressing, collars, cuffs, plackets, where you want to get a really, really beautiful, crisp press, but absolutely brilliant for patchwork and quilting. Lovely and portable as well for taking to quilt classes as well. Delia says, happy birthday, Stuart. Karen says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a fabulous day and a show. Christine says, happy birthday, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Thank you. That's so kind, thank you. Morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Happy birthday from Eloise. Thank you, Eloise. So kind, thank you. Good morning, Stuart. Wishing you a very happy birthday. Have a fantastic weekend. Your new quilt is beautiful. Thank you, Purnam. That's really kind. I just loved doing it. Happy birthday, Stuart. My grandson is a teenager today. Oh, Paulie, happy 13th birthday to your grandson. It's a good day for a birthday, right? It's one of my oldest friends' 60th birthday tomorrow. We're friends at university. I said to him, how did that happen? Rachel from Somerset says, happy birthday, Stuart. Looking dapper this morning. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Happy birthday, darling, Stuart. Oh, thank you, Yvonne. Loving your new quilt design. It's stunning. I can't wait for 9 o'clock. Have a great weekend. Thank you, my lovely. Thank you. That quilt that Yvonne's talking about is called Sierra Nevada. It's my brand new quilt design. There's a quilt kit to make that quilt, exactly that quilt. The price is incredible. This is beginner level piecing. Trust me, it's squares, it's strips, it's triangles. I will show you how. Now, I'm trying to read out as many birthday messages as possible. Thank you so much. Susan from Surrey says, happy birthday. I love your patterns. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Oh. Sue from Lincolnshire says, sending lots of love. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, Sue. Stitcher Sue. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Under £20 for your wool pressing mat. Absolutely fantastic buy. Lots of you coming in from this. This is one of those hero tools. You'll never regret having your wool pressing mat. So useful. You get a beautiful press from it. Fabulous heat retention as well, which makes your pressing easier. Light, portable, thick, durable. Remember, every single item that you buy today gets you another entry. It's not just every time you check out. If you check out 3 items in your basket, that's 3 entries into a prize draw to win £250 worth of sewing goodies, including a gorgeous floor lamp. Now, imagine if you bought a pattern today for £9.99 and then won £250 worth of goodies. I mean, someone's going to win today. Someone's going to win tomorrow. It could be you. That would be a great birthday present for anybody. Kerry says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a wonderful day. I'm watching you from New Zealand today. Kerry, what's the weather like? Oh, that's such a British thing to say, Hannah. Honestly. Catherine says, happy birthday to the lovely Stuart Hillard. Enjoy your day. Thank you, my darling. I'm going to have the whole month. I'm having the whole month. Now, how to get in touch and how to shop. If you want to get in touch, it's easy. You can email the studio. It's studio@sewingstreet.com. Easy. You can send pictures as well if you want photos. Studio@sewingstreet.com. You can contact us on Facebook. We're Sewing Street TV, and all your messages come through to me, including Steph's message. She says, oh, Snowball is adorable. God, bless him. Yes, he is adorable. I love his ears. They're so... I actually do that with my own goats. sort of tickling inside their ears, and they love this bit in between their horns because they can't scratch that themselves. So they will stand literally for hours while they just go, and you can't go hard enough. Anyway, that's Snowball. Right. A little goat fact there for you. Oh, Kerry says it was about 27 degrees today. Well, Carrie, we're all thrilled for you that you're enjoying gorgeous sunshine. Send some our way, please. Send some our way. Actually, it's been beautifully sunny and blue skies in Yorkshire for the past few days. Very cold, but I will take the blue skies and the sunshine, whatever the temperature. I love it. Kerry, thank you. Lovely that you're watching us in New Zealand, my goodness. Now, also, you can go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, if you click on the top banner, Watch Live, you can send us a message there, short messages there. You can watch us there, and you can also shop from there. There are our gorgeous pins. Now, if you click on Coming Up on Today's Show, that is our pre-order, and you can see the fabulous new Sunday brunch collection from Tilda. It is absolutely stunning. It's a selection of new and favourite florals, beautifully recoloured, such a fresh spring palette. Now, here's my new, there's the price, $84.99. That's for everything. 9.5 metres of fabric. You get the full quilt pattern as well. And because it's all different rows, it's an extensive pattern and one that you can use in lots of ways. We'll talk about that shortly. But great value, great value. You've also got there all the notions that you might need, lovely backing fabrics as well. Here's Catherine's first hour, all those gorgeous dolls. There are some mini dolls. There's My Little Friend. Now, that's the pattern for the bigger dolls. You can really mix and match hair and skin tones, eye colours, clothing. Those knitting patterns, I want all of those in adult size, please. There's also sewing patterns. There's a pattern for an armchair. Gorgeous. Lots of my favourite notions in the tools hour. There's that side cutter foot. Now, just to let you know, 1/3 of the stock of the side cutter is already gone. Well done, everyone who took note that we've only got low 30s. I mean, we haven't now. We've got 20s. We've also got this gorgeous backing fabric. Now, this is 108 inches wide. Look at the price, $11.99.5 metre. Fabulous value. This is Dan Morris. Absolutely gorgeous, vibrant digital print. Beautiful. I've got a quilt coming up on the 12th. My rainbow stepping out. That would work beautifully for the backing. We've got templates back in stock from the Quilted Bear. Amazing prices on these, actually, and so versatile. Have a look ahead for those. Remember, every single item you check out is another entry into Shop to Win. Now, here are the appliques. Now, look, you get the templates for all those different vehicles. You've got the London bus, the cars, the tractor I need for Charlie. You've got the trains, vintage and modern, helicopter. You've got the lorry. You've got the digger truck, the sailing boat. So versatile. Catherine's put these on bags, on quilts, on boxes. You've got the butterflies. So useful. The sea theme, that's gorgeous. Now, Catherine actually put some of those appliques onto some of my Bags for Life patterns, and she's brought some samples with her. You've got the animals too, they're lovely. Imagine doing a quilt that was all Liberty sheep, Liberty lambs. You could call it Liberty lambs, couldn't you? And you could use all your little scraps, that would be adorable. You've got a duck, you've got rabbits, you've got an elephant. So not entirely on the farm. Goldfish. Love it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. Loads of messages come through as well. Julie says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a fantastic day. Oh, Catherine's off to Bridlington. Please say hi to Deanie for me. Now, just show you quickly. So we're going to go straight into the first hour, which is the Tilda Sunday brunch. Amazing quilt here, using many of the fabrics from the design, from the range. I made this quilt here, again, using lots of different fabrics. There's just gorgeous florals, and we've got some cushions as well that I'll show you in just a sec. But let's have a look at the fabrics. We're going to start off with our mega bundle. It's absolutely fine, I can do it. Yep. So I'm going to grab all of the fabrics. Now, there are 20 fabrics in the main range. There's also a gorgeous blender called Tipsy. How fun is that? You get 20 half meters in this mega bundle. And you're making the biggest saving in this bundle because, check this out, you're going to get a whole metre for free. A whole metre for free. Now, the range centres around this feature print, which is called Sunday Brunch. And this is the main... I love this. So you've got ladies enjoying a Sunday brunch. I'm sure they're having mimosas. They're definitely having cake. Enjoying a little cocktail. This, by the way, is already sold out by the half metre, which is significant for two reasons. You can't buy by the half metre anymore, and also it means we can't replenish our big bundles or any of our bundles because this one has gone. But you still can get the mega bundle, 152.82. That is for 20 half metres of brand new Tilda. So that's your main pictorial print. Really fun, absolutely gorgeous. And that comes in 4 different colourways. So you've got your blue version, which is right here. Love that. The kind of soft bubblegum pink and the tan. Beautiful. So you get your blue. You get your ginger. That is beautiful, absolutely glowy. You get it on the grey background. This is the yellow range, but you've got that gorgeous soft grey background. And then you've also got the jade aqua. They're beautiful, aren't they? Really instantly recognisable, but also so versatile. And what's lovely as well, even though it's a sort of pictorial print, the scale isn't massive. So actually when you cut it down and use it in your projects, you still get that sort of essence of the print, but it's not a full-on, you know, here are ladies having a drink and, you know. I'll show you on my quilt where here. So for example, here, look. You see, so even cut down, you can see the essence of the print, but it's not so in your face, it's not so huge by any means that it kind of dominates and you have to cut it really big. Now, I just need to let you know, over half the stock has gone. If you want to get this mega bundle, you're going to have to grab it fairly quickly. This is the only way to get all of the fabrics together in one full collection, and you are saving, remember, a whole metre for free. Don't forget there are 3 split pays, so you don't need to spend 152.82 to get this home today. You can pay a third of that, £50 and 94 pence. Get it home, get cutting, make yourself a quilt, make some gorgeous home decor. So you've got those 4 different colourways that kind of, this is a very special print, a gorgeous kind of single colour, almost like a toile, really beautiful floral there. You've got that kind of classic 1950s style floral bouquets. You have got this luscious scenic. A second print, now not the same as this first one, but you've got that lovely subtle, just tonal print, and then this gorgeous floral, overblown roses, absolutely beautiful. There's your 5 prints. So you've got those in the blue. You've then got the ginger pink. That is absolutely gorgeous, a stunning fabric. You've got your beautiful pink floral, your scenic, your over, how pretty is that with that little touch of blue and golden yellow? And then you've got your bubblegum pink. So that's your pink ginger. You've got your yellow grey colourway, so your scenic, your floral. Now, I mixed these with the jade greens for my quilt, and quite a lot of those in the quilt behind me as well. If you're waiting, by the way, to get through on the phone lines, they're getting to you. It's a free phone number. Just hold with us, please. But I'll show you some samples in a sec. And then you've got this fabulous jade and apple green. This was the one I was drawn to first, I must admit. I love that. This, just gorgeous. That fresh apple green, just stunning. Now let's have a little look at some of the samples, shall we? Let's start with the quilt that's hanging behind me. This is so beautiful. I'll move the balloons to one side. So the whole idea behind Sunday brunch is about having a laid-back, wonderful springtime brunch with friends. Probably in the park or in the garden, a bit of a picnic, somewhere between breakfast and lunch. What could we call that? I know, brunch. You've got the birds in the trees. I love these kind of lollipop style trees. You've got little birds. Now, if you want to make this exact quilt, it's a free pattern on Tilda's World website. You can get this pattern for free. The trees are gorgeous. Now, actually, there's also a pattern for these gorgeous cushions as well. So here, for example, you've got one of the pagodas with a little tree. You could make a little row of trees, couldn't you, to make a longer pillow. There's also a gorgeous quilt, again, free pattern, that use these almost like orange slices. I think of them as like orange slices, which is a really cool motif. Just an absolutely stunning design, that. And there's a quilt and cushions, again, for free if you would like it. I made a half circle quilt. Now, this quilt design actually is in my book, Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. And this is such an easy, quick quilt to make. You applique whole circles, either fusible web, or you can do starch and press, or even needle turn if you want to, but you can easily do fusible applique. Stitch around your circle and then slice it in half, and you get your half circles. And then I've pieced them together in these, well, I think there's a worm at the bottom of the garden, and his name is Wiggly Woo. I love that song. It's cute. It's cute. Katie says, happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Love that the Tilda fabrics are back. It's fab, isn't it? It really is. Susan's bought the side cutter foot. She loves it so much. Julianne says, happy birthday, lovely. Have a fantastic day. Thank you, darling. Sandra says, good morning and happy birthday. Gorgeous, Stuart, from me and Riggy. I can never remember how to say the name. Up here in sunny Glasgow. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you. A message across the bottom. This is from Jane in the West Midlands. Happy birthday, Stuart. Have a great day and enjoy. I'm 70 tomorrow, tomorrow, on the 2nd of February, and watching you is the best present I could have. Ah, Jane, listen, happy birthday. I'm going to be here tomorrow on your birthday. So message me tomorrow, Jane, and let me do you a big shout out for your 70th birthday. Wendy's emailed in to say, happy birthday, gorgeous boy. I want that on a T-shirt. Thank you, darling. Mandy's emailed in to say, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, Mandy. That's lovely. She says, I love the new quilt. Thank you. Thank you. And also, she got the side cutter foot, so well done. Absolutely brilliant. So glad you tuned in. Have a great day, won't you? Thank you. Thank you. Ah, it's lovely. This is beautiful. This is the brand new Tilda Sunday brunch. Now, just need to let you know, I have got 5 bundles left. 5 left. If you are quick, you can get in there and get this bundle before it sells out. Remember, some of the prints now have sold out, which means we can't rebundle. This is your one-time only chance. Tilda has to be ordered months and months in advance. So basically, what we've got is what we've got. Now, sometimes we can get a bit more back in stock, but it's on the off chance. So that's our first bundle, 20 half metres, save a metre, 152.82. Now, as you know, there is always a gorgeous blender range that goes with these fabrics, and I've got a big bundle of those. Now, this range is called Tipsy, which is rather fun. Half the stock's already gone. You get 12 half metres, and what a beautiful, beautiful ditzy floral this is. You get half a metre for free. If you've already checked out, you're not paying 101 anything, you're paying 91.68. 2 split pays still available if you want them, 91.68, or if you prefer, £45.84. Thank you very much. So you've got 12 different fabrics here. You've got that gorgeous warm tan with the blue floral. You've got the kind of flipped version of that with the blue background. You've got this gorgeous aqua with yellow flowers and little green leaves. So pretty, aren't they? All of these would work on their own as well, or do what I did and blend these with the main collection. I used some of the greens, some of the soft aquas in my circle quilt. Stephanie from County Durham has messaged. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, lovely. I woke up late, made my coffee, switched on the TV and bought the whole Tilda collection. I am very pleased. Oh, Stephanie, happy post. Happy post. How lovely. And also, don't forget, you're entered into a prize draw. You might have won £250 worth of prizes on top of that bundle. Who knows? Someone's going to win today. Someone's going to win tomorrow. Now, of course, these beautiful florals, this Tipsy blender, will work on its own. It's designed to work beautifully with the Sunday brunch collection, but also lots of these fabrics are going to mix beautifully with previous collections from Tilda, or they will mix with your pastel blenders. They could work with your solids. They could work if you've got some Liberty or some Lynette Anderson, some Amy Downs. We don't have any of these by the half metre, by the way. The only way you can get these is either as this big bundle, or I've got them within colour bundles, which I'll show you next. Now, there are more in baskets than we have. The blender actually is traditionally the bundle that always sells out first. So if you've got your eyes on the Tipsy blender, then grab it. They're so useful. I love that Tilda do this. I might have to start doing this myself with my own fabric ranges. They're such useful fabrics to have, not just for working with the Tilda range, but also just on their own. I mean, imagine a bucket hat, reversible bucket hat made in those two fabrics, or mix and match in a little dress or something like that. Gorgeous. Right, we are now going to go to the sort of single colour collections. I'm going to grab the blue one first. It's been very popular on pre-order. And I will show you these gorgeous fabrics. So this is the blue collection. Now, you get 8 different fabrics, so 4 metres in total, and you're going to make a saving. £67.92 is your regular price. You're going to pay £61.12 today because you're getting half a metre for free. So what you've got there is you've got the 5 pieces from the blue colourway of Sunday brunch, but then you're also getting the 3 coordinating Tipsy blenders to go with. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've chosen to coordinate the blues here. I think that's a stunning way of doing it. At a brilliant price too. This has been really popular. I don't know how many we've got left. My screen's not the right one. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Deborah's message, she says, morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Have a good weekend. Thank you, my love. Oh, here's a joke for you. I love it, Paula. How does a penguin build his house? He glues it together. Love it. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Paula. Oh, okay. It's not half a metre for free. You're getting just about £7 off. Okay, fair enough. All right. Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, it's not quite £7, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway. Well, a saving is a saving, right? A saving's a saving. You don't normally make a saving on this size bundle, so it's a special today. That is lovely, isn't it? So that's the blue colourway. Can I show you the ginger pink next? The ginger pink. So again, 8 different fabrics, and you get your 5 prints from the ginger pink colourway of Sunday brunch, and then you get your 3 tipsy blenders in the ginger pink. How gorgeous is that? £61.12. Again, you're making a fantastic saving there. Remember, you get the main print, the ladies enjoying their Sunday brunch. You get the gorgeous florals. You get the ditsies, the tipsy blender. You get your sort of, they're kind of 1950s style, I think, aren't they, florals? And some of these are from the archives. I think this one here, possibly this one, are from archive prints that they've recoloured. And you know, I don't know about you, but I was a little bit late to the party with Tilda Fabrics, probably 3 or 4 years in, and I missed out on those previous collections. And I looked back and thought, oh, I would have loved some of that. Now is your chance. Now is your chance to get these absolutely iconic prints into your collection. How beautiful. You know, I get so excited about the Tilda launches because they are always beautiful, beautiful collections without fail. Now, I'm going to grab the green collection next and show you. This is beautiful. This is actually uses lots of different prints, but my half circle quilt uses this, and it uses the yellow and grey. But this is just full of spring, isn't it, this one? Absolutely full of spring. You've got these beautiful sort of turquoise, aqua, apple green. These are those kind of fresh colours that just make me feel spring-like. While I was making the half circle quilt, I just felt so spring-like. I'm going to grab that quilt again and show you. And I just mixed this with, this was actually just plain white, just plain solid white. You could use ivory if you want a slightly softer tone, but I used plain white. And look, you can see the gorgeous aqua and apple greens here, but I also used the yellows and the greys from that collection. So I mixed the 2-piece collections, but importantly, I also use the tipsy blenders because they add a really lovely extra dimension to the quilt and a different scale of print as well. So those are your 8 prints. Remember, you're saving almost £7 on this bundle. But my stocks are dwindling. My stocks are dwindling. It's a very busy morning. 2/3 of the remaining stock is in baskets. Check out your baskets. I know you want to see all the different choices, but, you know, just be ready to check out. I've just seen another couple of checkouts. Well done if you've got yours. Morning to Maria. She says, happy birthday, gorgeous Stuart. Thank you so much. Sue from the West Midlands says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you for bringing Tilda to us. I have my blenders. I can't wait to have it. Sue, it will be with you very, very shortly. And your purchase enters you into our prize draw to win £250 worth of sewing goodies. Someone's going to win today. Someone's going to win tomorrow. Every single item you purchase, doesn't have to be separate checkouts. The number of purchases will be totted up, and if you've purchased 10 things, you get 10 tickets, if you like, into the prize draw. Love it. That's our green colourway. Now I'm going to keep this nearby because I'm going to show you the yellow grey next, and that's what I mixed together. Ziggy, thank you for messaging. Says, happy birthday, Stuart. Hope you have a lovely day. Really enjoy your shows. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, so that's our green. Pop it to one side, and I'll grab in. Now this, again, they called it sour yellow. Oh, okay. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, right? Yes. What's in a name? Well, what I like about this, I do get citrus, and it is that kind of pomelo. Is it pomelo or pomelo? Yeah. Or yuzu. But with the grey, lovely. Now, do you remember Chic Escape? It was a collection a couple of years ago, and it had these yellow and grey tones, the golden yellow tones and grey tones together. It was my favourite colourway in the collection. And these are slightly different greys and yellows, but they have that same flavour. I think it's really beautiful. Now, I mixed this collection and this collection together. You can see how beautifully that all blends together, or separately. So if you want to make my quilt, then I would go for the two, green and yellow together. But equally, you could do that quilt in just the greens or just the yellows. It would work. It would work. We call our greens teal. We call that the teal collection, the greens. And then this is the sour yellow. Now, I should just say at this point that sour sweets are my favourites. Yeah. If I was given the choice between, you know, a piece of chocolate or a really sour, fruity sweet, I would go for the sour fruit. Sour beer. Is that like beer and it's sour? Is it? Give it a try. Give it a try. Well, I love sour sweets. You know, something like, yeah, Tangfastic. Oh, you can't have them now. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love, love, love everything, Tilda. It's my birthday today too. Kathy in Chelmsford. Hello, hello. Happy birthday. Mwah. Ah, how lovely. Now, officially, I should actually say my birthday officially, genuine, is Monday. It's not, yeah. Well, no, but you know from previous years, it's the 3rd of February, my birthday. But we like to do the event at the weekend. So today, tomorrow, and then Monday. Yeah, so I go home tomorrow, and then it's big night out. Hopefully, I'll be in bed by 10 o'clock. That's my big night out now. Deborah from Tyne Weir's got in touch. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, lovely. Can you show the greens and the blues together, please? I can't decide between them. Thank you. Deborah in Whitley Bay. I love Whitley Bay. Of course I will. Of course I will. That's all the bundles. I've shown you all the bundles now. So we've had the blue, we've had the ginger pink, we've had the teal, and we've had the sour yellow. Now I'm going to move the sour yellow to one side, and I'm going to grab the blue and the teal. So I'll put the teal there, and then I'm going to put the blue there. Let me just make a little bit of space. So there we go. Very, very popular, the pair of them. Very, very popular. Now, just to let you know, the blender collection of all 12 has sold out. Well done if you got that. So the only way to get hold of the blenders now, they're not available by the half metre. You can only get them now in the bundle. So blue graphics here and the teal graphics here. What's lovely actually is you've got the teals, you've got the apple, you've got the turquoise, you've got the aquamarine. It's all different shades, isn't it? That's what's so lovely. It isn't just one sort of flat colour spread throughout. You've got different tones, different scales of print as well, which just make the whole thing really exciting and beautiful. Now the teal collection, we're very low on stock now. Almost all of the remaining stock is in baskets. Do please check out, otherwise you are going to miss out now. Taria has got in touch from Dumfries and Gallery. Hello, my lovely Taria. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. 21 again. I stopped counting mine. Lovely quilt. Ah, Taria, no, 54. 54. I'm waiting for the gasps. Come on, work with me. No. Yes, 54. Happy birthday, Stuart. Hope you have a fantastic weekend and an even better Monday. My birthday twin, Layla. It's your birthday Monday too. Kisses in advance. And June's got in touch with me, Sussex. The Queen had 2 birthdays, so why shouldn't you? Happy birthday, gorgeous boy, love June. Thank you, June. Yes, I agree with you. I always say to people now, from 40 onwards, I decided that I deserved a birthday month. So I just have the whole of February now. That's how I roll. Any excuse for a celebration. Honestly, though, any excuse for a celebration. I love, special days and what's today. And I think every day is worth celebrating. Am I right? Whatever the day, it's worth celebrating. So, yeah, let's do it. Do be careful on the teal bundle. It is in danger of selling out. How many in baskets now, please? Right, everything I've got remaining now is in baskets. Okay, that doesn't mean you can't get involved, but you need to be quick. You need to be quick. Now, let's go back to our mega bundle. Okay, so I'm going to take the blenders out. Okay, because in your mega bundle, you get all 20 of the hero prints from the collection. 5 ginger pink, 5 sour lemon, sour yellow and grey, 5 of the blue and tan, and 5 of the teal. So look at this. I mean, how beautiful. Now, the hero print is definitely Ladies Who Brunch. Now, just to let you know, that is sold out on its own, okay? That is sold out on its own. That is sold out on its own. And that, I've got 4 units left, 2 metres left. If you want to do a border for a quilt, that's your 2 metres, okay? But you can still get half a metre of each of those and all 20 of the hero prints from Sunday Brunch in this mega bundle. Now, the price, £152.82. It should be £169.80, thank you. You are making a massive saving there, a whole metre for free. So you're getting 10 metres, you're paying for 9 metres. That is a fabulous. Well, basically, that's a 10% saving, isn't it? It's a 10% saving, which is a fantastic saving on a brand new collection. All of those iconic floral prints. Sarah Jane says, the backdrop behind you is lovely. Is it fabric? Sarah Jane, this is a quilt. This is all pieced. This is all quilted. The pattern is actually free. If you go on to Tilda's World website, you can download this pattern. And if you don't fancy making the whole quilt, you can make the cushion, or you could make a runner, or you could just make blocks and use them in different ways. Use it on the front of a bag. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. There's also a pattern for this beautiful cushion and also a quilt as well. Fabulous, isn't it? Just fabulous. So all 20 prints in this collection. Now, just to let you know, stock-wise, in baskets right now of this collection, basically everything I've got left is in baskets. You can still get it in, put it in your basket and check out. Sometimes people will just leave things sitting in their basket. That's dangerous, because someone else can come along, and once the stock starts being checked out, then it can disappear from your basket. It's not yours till you check out. Now, while we're here, I just want to mention my trio of bags 1 and 2, because I've used Tilda for both of these. We'll start with number 1. So in my trio of bags, you get 3 different bag patterns. You get your classic knitting bag with circular handles. You get a gorgeous square work bag, lots of outside pockets, outdoor pockets. I've used 2.5-inch strips to piece the pockets with. And then I've also got a gorgeous shapely handbag as well. 3 different patterns for £11.99. You get all the instructions for all of your bags for £11.99, and that works really, really well with Tilda. That's trio of bags number 1. I've also done a trio of bags number 2, which you don't have to have done number 1 to do number 2. You can just start straight with number 2, and you get, again, 3 different bag patterns. You get the maxi, which is this big, everyday kind of wide tote bag with a gusset, outside pockets, a magnetic flap, and a shoulder strap. You get the midi, which is this mid-sized, very shapely handbag, shoulder bag, with curvy kangaroo pockets, front and back. And then you get the mini, which is a wristlet. You get a pocket, flapped pocket on the front, a zipped pocket on the back, and a big zipped interior. And you can make a wristlet to wear it like that, or you could pop a little shoulder strap on. You get all 3 patterns again for £11.99. And can you imagine making it with Sunday brunch? Absolutely stunning. Now, another quilt. I don't think we ever got the quilt out, did we? Have we got a picture? We have. Great, okay. So my quilt pattern, In Love with Quilting. In Love with Quilting. I use Tilda's Jubilee range to make this. It's all different heart blocks. You get the Danish heart flowers, you get the hearts and stars, layered hearts, applique, string hearts, and you also get that gorgeous piano key border. Now, in that pattern, you actually get 6 different quilt patterns. You get the sampler, and then you get a quilt design using each of the individual blocks. So there's a huge amount of value in that quilt pattern. Now, as it's my birthday weekend, we've got a very, very special Shop to Win promotion going on. Now, we've got a £250 giveaway today. So every single item that you buy, you get another entry into our prize draw. So if you check out 5 items, you get 5 entries into the prize draw. And that's to win £250 worth of sewing goodies. We'll have one winner today, and we'll have a different winner tomorrow. So basically, if you shop today, you're in today's draw. And if you shop tomorrow, you're in tomorrow's draw. If you buy something on each day, you get entered into both prize draws. Now, a little purchase, a little bit of Tilda is good for everybody. We've got the button sets. Should we do the teal first? So You get 8 buttons. They're all fabric covered buttons with these gorgeous little holes in the centre, all from the teal and green collection. They're 16mm wide. You get 8. You could take the buttons off a white shirt and replace them. That would be so gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful for £6.99. And then there's also the blue and pink, but you get a little bit of ginger. It's a lovely mixture actually in this. You get some blues, you get some tans, you get some pink, and you get one of the ginger as well. Just beautiful. Or you could add these to a cushion. 14mm, 8 of them for £6.99. Or mix and match them both. Beautiful. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be launching my brand new quilt and quilt pattern. It's called Sierra Nevada. If you love New Mexico, prepare yourself to fall in love all over again. This is easy beginner level piecing, I promise. You're going to love it. The kits are beautiful. I've got a kit to make that very quilt. Now, I do need to let you know, over 1/5 of my stock of the kits has already gone. We've got huge, we had started with big quantities of the kit, but already over 1/5 of that stock has gone on pre-order. So if you want to use the break to check out, that kit to make the entire quilt is £84.99, and that includes your £9.99 pattern. The value is phenomenal. You're going to love this quilt, I'm sure. I'll show you how after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm so excited to be sharing my birthday with everyone at Sewing Street this year. We're going to be celebrating on the 1st and 2nd of February with a really special weekend of guests and projects. Lynn Goldsworth is going to be joining me. I'm going to be doing this fabulous William Morris quilt that's hanging behind me. I'm also going to be launching a brand new quilt pattern called Sierra Nevada. If you loved my New Mexico quilt, you are going to fall in love all over again with Sierra Nevada. I'm also going to be launching the brand new fabric range from Tilda. It's called Sunday Brunch, so of course we'll have mimosas and a whole load of gorgeous projects to inspire you. I do hope you'll find time to help celebrate my birthday here at Sewing Street on the 1st and 2nd of February. See you there.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, Or if you've got more than two, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Hello, you. Thank you so much for joining me this weekend. It's my special birthday weekend. Lots of lovely brand new launches. Remember, there's a fantastic shop to win every single purchase that you make. Today, you'll be entered into a prize draw. You could win £250 worth of sewing goodies. Now, this hour is all about my brand new quilt pattern. It's called Sierra Nevada, and it's a sort of sew a row quilt. You make it row by row, which breaks the whole thing down into easy, manageable chunks. The piecing level is beginner level, okay? You're only going to be doing squares, strips, rectangles, and half square triangles. That's it. So if you feel confident that you can make those units, you can make this quilt, and you make it row by row, and you get repeats, so you get another go at things. Also, there's so many different opportunities to use this pattern in other ways. So, Sierra Nevada, so you know my New Mexico quilt pattern. I've brought the cushion with me. Remember the original New Mexico? So this has been one of my most popular patterns that I've ever created. And I wanted to do something that took the same flavour, the same ideas, but expanded it. And really, I was originally inspired by a kind of Navajo-style woven rug. And I wanted to make a quilt that looked like a rug. So I designed Sierra Nevada, and I just want to show you so you can see. So it has kind of mirror image either side of this centre band. So you actually make the quilt in 11 rows. You've got the desert castles or desert fort rows, which are these easy rows here. You make this section as a row, and you're going to make 2 in green, 2 in terracotta, and 2 in teal. So you start off easy, strip pieced, really quick and easy to make. Okay? So your first set of instructions are for the desert fortress. So I thought a little castellated. Now, your second blocks that you're going to make, I've called them Nazca squares, which are these rows, these kind of square, bordered squares on point. And these are reminiscent of the centre of the blocks in New Mexico. But also, I just thought they were just an iconic kind of New Mexico, Sierra Nevada kind of motif. But you can see them in the original cushion as well. I wanted that reflection. Okay, once you've made those, you move on to what I call the Desert Blooms blocks, which you'll notice here, the centre is the centre of that star block, that original block. And then you add some simple strips and triangles on the outside to finish off those blocks. Sew them with sashing into a row. And you make 2 rows like that. It's only 8 blocks. And then your last row is the centre. Now, when I posted a picture of this online, one of my lovely friends on Facebook instantly messaged me and said, well, that's my summer table runner taken care of. Well, can you imagine that as a table runner? Easy piecing. That on its own, absolutely gorgeous. But equally, you could use that. You could do a number of those in different colourways or different orders and make that into a quilt. You could add this border on either side if you wanted to make it larger. This could be a runner. This could be a cushion. The Nazca blocks, you could piece those into long strips with narrow bands between them and make that into a quilt on its own. There are loads and loads of different ways that you can use these designs. You could also cut this down smaller. This could be a rectangular pillow or cushion as well. This could be done in Christmas colours or Easter colours. So many different ways to use and transform this pattern. some messages. Happy birthday, Stuart, says Linda, in Hampshire, one of my favourite parts of the country. Love, love, love the quilt. So effective. I just had to have it. Enjoy your day. Thank you so much, Linda. Lots of love to you. Karen from Surrey says, Stuart, love, love, love the Sierra Nevada quilt. Suitable for anybody, gender neutral but adaptable. You really are such a talent. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, that's an important thing to me. I love creating quilts that are easy, that look complex but aren't, and also I love to create quilts that you can make for anybody. Oh, Stuart, I lived in the desert for many years. I miss it. This beautiful quilt is beautiful, is stunning rather, and it transported me back in time. Love this. Oh, Beverly, thank you. And you know, that is something I said in the pattern about sort of going on a journey together, because I do think it kind of transports you to a different place. It does feel like you're there in the desert. But also as well, you go on a journey with your piecing as well. You learn different ways to create blocks. You learn different piecing styles. And you're working through different levels of the pattern. You know, and you get to repeat your skills, and it will build your skills as well. Thank you, Dan. Now, I'm going to show you the kit. Thank you. It is phenomenal value. It is phenomenal value. And I just want to show you all these beautiful colours together that you're going to work with. Now, so you get all these, I mean, just beautiful. You get all those warm, rich colours. You also get all these beautiful natural colours. You get 0.5 metre of most of them, and then you get 1.5 metres of vanilla, and then you get 1.5 metres of navy. So these are your key background colours. And if you look at the quilt, you can see you've got that vanilla goes throughout here and here. But you've also got that navy. So you've got here, the navy, but also in your backgrounds, and here, top and bottom. So that creates a lovely consistency and a lovely kind of frame. Those colours, I've said in the pattern, try and keep those colours in the same place that I have. You could flip the navy for the vanilla and the vanilla for the navy if you wanted to, but you would need to change these colours, for example. This would need to be a lighter. But with everything else, you've got 0.5 metres of everything else. So if you wanted to have greens in the centre, there are no greens in this band at all in my version. But if you wanted greens and golds and browns, you could do that. Take out the terracottas, use those elsewhere. You don't have to do it exactly as I have. You can mix and match. Now, with that in mind, let me just show you in the pattern. You've actually got 2 full colouring sheets. I love a colouring sheet. We've done 2 because I always say photocopy them, but equally, it's nice to have 2 because you can work on one. You could colour one in here. You could leave one black and white, or you can enlarge it and colour it. And then you can put your own stamp on this quilt, even if you use the same colours as me. But you can add your own stamp. So you get full instructions for every step. We do Desert Fortress first. You don't have to. We make the NASCAR. We make the Desert Blooms. It's all easy, regular piecing. No FPP. It looks more complicated than it is. That's the point of buying my design. Because I've created a design that looks complex, that looks hard, that looks hopefully impressive. But actually, when you break it down, it is beginner level. Now, I'm going to give you something else. It's a birthday. You're already entered into a prize draw. You're already getting a quilt kit for under £90, under £85, in fact, with 9.5 metres of fabric and a brand new pattern. But we're going to give you the pattern for free. We're going to take £10 off the price and give you the pattern completely free, $74.99. Now, there's hundreds of you already checked out your basket on this. You are all going to pay $74.99. Happy birthday to you. $74.99 is the price you're going to pay. You are not going to pay $85. It's my birthday on the 14th of February, says Maria in Somerset. This will be an early present to myself. Well, also, Maria, can I send you a mwah, kiss and a happy birthday to you for the February the 14th. Amazing. Now, unsurprisingly, another, I think 85 of you have just put this in your basket. Well done, you. Do check out your basket, though, won't you? Because, let me tell you, an awful lot of you have already checked out your baskets. Now, it wouldn't be a Stuart Hillard birthday weekend without a little mention from my sidekick. Deputy Joan has messaged in. And she says, good morning. You know how much I love this quilt, so I've bought it. I shall tell everyone my Navajo weaving inspired it. Well, that is true in part. It is. Deputy Joan is incredibly well-travelled, and her house is amazing. Anybody could spend hours and hours walking around and seeing all the results of her travels around the world. And there are some Navajo weavings, so yeah. Oh, Joan, I look forward to seeing your version. Absolutely lovely. There is a queue on the phone line. I need to let you know, well over half the stock of the quilt kit has gone now and been checked out. How many in baskets, please? OK, so over half the remaining stock is in baskets. 2/3 of my stock now is almost sold out. Almost 2/3 of my stock is almost sold out. Now, Beverly has asked what size is the quilt, and I can tell you that. Give me 1 second. The quilt is 53 inches wide by 73 inches deep. So 53 across, 73 deep. Absolutely, totally doable on any domestic sewing machine, including your quilting. Completely doable on your domestic sewing machine. You could, now I've long arm quilted this in a design called Fossil, because I thought, you know, Sierra Nevada, the desert, bones. No, not because it's my birthday. I'm not a fossil. I'm not a fossil. In fact, according to Maria, I'm just a baby. So there. I'm just a baby. But I tell you what, this would be gorgeous, just cross-hatched across. You could just cross-hatch this with a walking foot. Straight line quilting would be beautiful. Hayley from Worcestershire says, the most stunning quilt. Wow. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love, Hayley. Big kiss, thank you so much. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love, love, love your new quilt. It's fantastic. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Sarah. You know, my most favourite part of my job is designing and sharing quilts with you that you can make. I was doing a talk last weekend at Empress Mills, and I said to the group that came to listen to me speak, the best thing you can ever say about anything I've made is, well, I could make that. That's what I want you to say. I want you to look at it and say, could I make that? Yeah, I could make that. I want everything to be achievable. This is sew a row. Each step you take is easy, beginner level piecing. Oh, yeah, Chris, yeah. Now, Chris and I met, we had a lovely chat in the summer. Chris, I'm sending you lots of love because I know it's the first anniversary of you losing your wife, and I know you've lost your mum recently as well. So, sending lots of love. I know it's a difficult time, but, you know, yeah, something to cheer you up, something to focus on. I've always said quilting is my therapy. I always get lost in my sewing and quilting, and whatever else is going on in the world, you know, if you can have those little moments where you just feel absorbed and kind of enjoy the colour, enjoy the pattern. Sometimes even if it's something you're finding a bit tricky as well, that can be the best distraction as well. But yeah, sending lots of love, Chris. Now, there is a little bit of a queue on the phone lines. Apologies for that, but it's a free phone number, remember, and it's UK-based. Our fabulous team will get to you as quickly as they can. Don't worry if they say hobby maker. It is coming to I don't know what that's about. We were here first. We were here first. Sarah Jane says, it's my mum's birthday today too. Happy birthday. Stuart, happy birthday. Could a not confident person do your quilt? Glenys, yes. I prefer committed beginner rather than confident beginner. I should say that. Because actually, I hate putting a level of skill level, because actually these are basic skills, and so long as you take your time, I think, to read and understand the pattern, don't be afraid to get some scraps first of all. In fact, I highly recommend, even if you're an advanced quilter, I highly recommend getting some scraps and making test units. Make a test block of any and every. Try sewing just a few pieces together. Check your seam allowance, check the fit, make sure that you're comfortable with the process. And certainly, I would work on making any quilt these days one block at a time. I don't do a lot of kind of factory production anymore. I used to do a lot like that. But now I want to enjoy the process. I want to enjoy making a block. Mostly, I think, because then I say, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit, or a walk round the garden, or something like that. It just punctuates. So yes, you don't have to be confident, but spend time reading the pattern, spend time colouring in the colouring sheet, learn more about colour, gain more confidence as you go. I think you'll feel a more confident quilter by the time you're midway through this quilt. Give it a go. I always say, feel the fear and do it anyway. No need to be fearful of quilt making. It's only fabric. It's only fabric. Now, I need to give you a stock update, because 2/3 of my stock has checked out, is gone. How many in baskets? All right, so currently 28 of you are going to miss out. That's how many oversubscribed I am on this beautiful quilt kit. Thank you so much, everybody who's already checked out their basket. You're making a £10 saving. Happy birthday to everybody, even if your birthday's in April or October or December. Happy birthday to you. You get 9.5 meters of fabric in your kit. You get the pattern for free. You get the pattern for free, and so many ways that you can, so many different ways you can use that pattern as well. This is definitely going to be my summer table runner too. Sue says, a very happy birthday, Stuart. Love the quilt, it's fab. Love from Sue and your little fan, Alice. Good morning, Alice. Oh, that's lovely. Patricia says, Stuart, what have you done to me? I can't live long enough to make all my makes. You can, Pat. Haven't started your first quilt yet, but I promised myself no more. Yep, I just bought this one. We'll start with this one. You don't need to have made New Mexico. You can start with this one. That's fine. That's fine. Jackie says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, Jackie. Right, okay, we're going to take the graphics out for that. Let's show you the pattern on its own. Pattern on its own. So the pattern on its own, brand new today. You have got 11 rows in the quilt, okay, but 1, 2, 3, 4 completely different designs. So your Desert Fortress row, you make 6 rows the same. So that's a really good place to start, because you get it's easy strip piecing, you get to make 6 different rows, and you can tick that off, job done. Your second rows, I've put them in a recommended order, but you don't have to. Your second row are the NASCAR blocks, okay, which is this row here and this row here. My colourway is a serving suggestion. If you go for the kit, you can reproduce this exactly. But if you go for the kit, you can use the fabrics in different ways. You get ½ metre of everything. The only fabrics you must use in the way I've used them are the navy blue and the vanilla. They create structure, they create the backgrounds, and you've got the most of them. You've got ½ metre of each. But everything else you can mix and match. So if you don't want green Desert Blooms blocks, you don't have to. If you want that green in the central, this is called adobe, after the traditional building material, you can do that. Happy birthday, Stuart. This is absolutely stunning and will be my first ever quilt. Wish me luck. Steffi, I wish you a good time. Have a good time. Take my tip, whether you're beginner, whether you're advanced, always make test units and test blocks. And this is just about learning the process. I do it. Every quilt kit that I take from here and show you, I start with my scraps and I make a test block. I never cut into the kit, never. If I'm using a pattern, I never use my special fabric to make my first block because I might not be switched on that day. It's quite likely, in fact. You know, I'd rather make a mistake with my scraps than with my kit. Yeah? And definitely don't go straight in and cut everything to make the whole quilt before you've sewn anything. Because again, if you're not switched on in that moment, and also it's boring, you end up making loads of... Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Let's have a look through the pattern anyway. So you get the picture on the front of the whole quilt. Okay, you also, towards the back, get 2 full colouring sheets that you can print off, enlarge. I mean, gosh, give them to the kids to colour in. Do it for a bit of mindful colouring as well. If you want to gain more colour confidence, try doing a monochrome, like all blues or all pinks and reds, all hot colours, all cool colours. What about doing this quilt in purples and pinks and lilacs and amethysts? Maybe a little bit of fresh green in there as well. And then what I've done is I've worked through each of the rows, diagrams throughout, all your instructions. And the other thing that I've done, I'll tell you about in a second. Bronya, love that name, beautiful name. Bronya in Bristol says, happy birthday, Stuart. Whoop, whoop. Another wonderful quilt added to my to-do pile. Well, that sounds like a whole heap of fun to me. A pile of fun. Karen from Dumfries and Galloway says, happy birthday, Stuart. Well, as I expected, your quilt has jumped into my basket. They do things like that. And on its way to Scotland, another great... why not bring the desert to Scotland? I love that. I love that. Dumfries and Galloway is a gorgeous part of Scotland as well, isn't it? Nicola in Gloucestershire says, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful quilting. Reminds me of a trip to the Grand Canyon. Happy birthday. Thank you. Yes. Well, that was exactly that sort of... I mean, my geography is rubbish. To say I've got A-level geography, I don't know. But, you know, Sierra Nevada, Grand Canyon, New Mexico, it's that essence. Nothing's meant to be too pure, so forgive me if my geography is muddled. But it was really just to bring that flavour of the desert, or that flavour of the Grand Canyon or New Mexico, or maybe travels, that warmth as well. And also I love, love, love the geometry of things like pottery designs and weaving. Angela from Staffordshire has messaged to say, happy birthday, Stuart. I've just bought your beautiful, lovely kit. My birthday is soon, February the 18th. It's the best month for a birthday, I think. Angela, happy birthday for the 18th. February is good. My mum's birthday was in February as well, the 7th. Martha has messaged, NRW. Where's that? She said, Martina says, happy birthday, Stuart. Greetings from Germany. Okay, there it is. It's in the message. Sorry, Martina. My husband and me love your new... Thank you so much, Martina. I really appreciate it. And greetings in Germany. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. That's all. That my dad was a fluent German speaker. He lived in Berlin for many, many years, and he was a fluent. But he spoke completely with Berlin accent, dialect, you name it. And I didn't even know until I was about 13. I knew he'd lived there, and we were in a greengrocer's one day, and he saw a friend, suddenly started speaking in German. It's like, who are you? Hi, Stuart, happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but I got the kit anyway. Looking forward to it. John in Belfast. We're having a really international day, aren't we? John in Belfast. Thank you, John. Remember, you've just been entered into our prize draw. Everything you buy gives you the potential, another entry into our prize draw to win £250 worth of sewing goodies. What a fabulous, fabulous birthday giveaway. A very important message for me to read out. Press record. Happy birthday to the best presenter ever. I send messages to myself, I do. I call myself Fiona. That quilt would warm any room up on a cold, miserable day. I am just back from a sea swim, so I missed the big... Oh, sorry, I'm just having a shiver there. Fiona. Oh, you're made of stronger stuff than me. I just came back from a sea swim, so I missed the beginning of the show. Well, Fiona, it's lovely to have your company. This is my brand new quilt, Sierra Nevada. It is for committed beginners and above. So easy piecing, half square triangles, strips, squares. You should be paying $84.99. That's already a fabulous deal. That's 9.5 meters of fabric plus your brand new pattern from me, Stuart Hillard. You're actually going to get the pattern for free. You're paying $74.99 for everything you need, including your binding. Now, you will have leftovers, so if you want to make some coordinating cushions to go with it, you absolutely can. You might even have enough to make yourself a table runner. Now, let's do a little bit of demo. Now, can I just give you a quick stock update? There's about 40 of you now that are going to miss out on the kit. So if you want to get the kit, you do please need to be quick. All right. Now then, excuse me one second. I just need to grab my glasses. I said to Catherine Ross this morning, who's my guest in about 25 minutes, I've now realised that my most important piece of sewing equipment are these. Right, okay. So, I want my patchwork and quilting 25, I think. Right, so 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, and I'm going to work on one of the NASCAR blocks. Now, I was always fascinated by the NASCAR lines. Have you heard of those? So, they're in the desert, and they are ancient lines, drawings basically. You know, like we have chalk horses and things like that, and the Cern Abbas man and things like that. Well, in the Nazca desert, they have these lines that have been sort of cut into the desert. And there's like a monkey with a like spirally tail. There is a tarantula, a spider. There's a hummingbird. And they are like enormous. We're talking like the size of football pitches. And they can actually only be seen from the air above, which begs the question, how on earth did people thousands of years ago create them? How did they map them out? Why did they map them out? You know, were they to be seen by the gods or something else? They're amazing. Exactly. How would you know the scale? How would you know the direction? It's just amazing. One of those kind of wonders of our ancient world. So I just love that. Anyway, let's do some sewing. So I've set out my NASCAR block, and I'm starting with the centre. Now, with the NASCAR blocks, or the square blocks, I've used a navy square for the centre of all of them. And I've recommended you do the same. A navy square, and then for the second round, use your vanilla, okay? And we're going to start off piecing. Now, we're going to use a 1/4 inch seam throughout. Oh, where are they? And I've also, the other thing that I've done in this pattern is I have given tips throughout on what do I do if my piecing isn't the right size? What if my row is a little bit shorter than it's supposed to be, or a little bit longer? And I've given tips and ways to get out of perhaps a tight corner that you may find yourself. And you can use those tips for all of your quilt making. So there are some really, really useful tips in the pattern. So I'm going to sew 2 sides on. And one of the tips that I've given for this block is that if you find working with smaller or more slender pieces of fabric a little bit challenging, cut your strips bigger, sew them on, and then trim them back to the size they're meant to be. So if the size of the strip is supposed to be 1.5 inches and you find that bit now, cut them at 2 inches wide, sew them on, and then trim off the excess to get them down to the right size. And then you'll have a perfectly straight edge and your block will be the size it's meant to be. Give it a try. So I've sewn that on. I'm going to sew my top and bottom on next. Now I always find another top tip here is when I'm sewing a strip to a block, I like the strip on the bottom. I find if you're going to have any kind of fitting issues, they can be negated by sewing with the strip on the bottom. And you'll see as well, for pieces this size, I'm not using pins. You can if you want to. I also say in the pattern, my best bit of sewing advice I can give is you do you. And I'm a great believer in that. Mix the colours the way you want to. Mix the patterns the way that make you happy. Unless you're making this quilt for me, you don't have to make it my way. Well, you don't have to make it my way if it's for me, do you? You can still do your own thing. But you know what I mean? When people say to me, do you think these colours work? I know where they're coming from, but I always say, you know, if you're making this for you and you absolutely love those pastel tones together, that is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Right, so that's my first round. Now, what I would recommend at this stage is I give you the measurements, measure it, make sure it's the measurement it's meant to be. If it's not, you can make minor adjustments. And I would say the best minor adjustment you can make, if you've got a computerised sewing machine, is to nudge the needle over to the right or the left to make your seam allowance slightly smaller or slightly bigger, depending on whether your block is a tiny bit bigger than it's supposed to be or a tiny bit smaller. And you can do that just using the stitch width adjustment on a straight stitch. If you tap that, every time you tap, it'll go to the right or to the left, depending on whether you add or take away. So simple things like that make all the difference. Right, so I've put my first round on. I'm going to do my second round now. And it's important when you do this, even though these sides would fit here, you want them on the same side as where you started. So a bit like making a log cabin. Now, just need to let you know, in terms of the kits, I'm down to I've got less than 40 kits left. Way oversubscribed, way oversubscribed. If you want the pattern on its own, we've got the pattern on its own. It's only available as a physical pattern, by the way. Oh, now someone's asked, could I make this in patterned fabric? Yes, you absolutely could. I would go, if I was going to do this in a patterned fabric, I would probably go, for most of it, with tonal textures, small-scale prints. However, there are areas where I think you could get some really patterned fabric in. In here, not every brick, maybe alternate rounds, some in patterned, some in more tonal, or some solids to create some definition. You could also use some patterned fabrics in the centres of blocks, in the triangle corners. you know, play around with it, experiment. Don't be afraid to make a test block or two and see how it turns out. And if you need to adjust how you thought you might use the fabrics, well, fine, do that. Just don't commit to the whole quilt until you've tried a block or two. So I've added my slim sides. Now I'm going to add my long sides. So basically I'm being consistent in where I place my short strip and where I place my long strip. So just matching up the sides. Now again, this is a time where if you find the thought of sewing on these narrow strips of fabric daunting, okay, they don't have to be that narrow. You could cut wider strips of fabric, sew them on, and then trim the block back. Once you've sewn the whole block, this whole round, you could then trim it back to the correct size. And that's a much, much easier way of doing it. And that's all in the pattern. Every single row, I've given tips for not how to fudge, because I'm not in favour of fudging, but I do live in the real world, and I know, I find it too with my piecing. Sometimes it's meant to be 52 inches, it's 51.5. What do? Well, actually, with this pattern, I've included, I'll call it fudge factor. Okay, so everyone can be successful. Right, okay, so I've put those on. I'm going to refer to the pattern now. I've done my rounds, okay. And so now what I'm going to do is set the whole block on point. So easy peasy. What I'm going to do now, just for accuracy's sake, I'm going to put a little crease there and fold and put a little crease there, okay, which gives me a mark to line up to. Now I would pin this. I say I would, I'm not going to. In the real world, at home, I'd probably bob a pin in there. But to be fair, we are going to trim this whole block. So this is the other thing. With some of the blocks, you are actually going to make them a bit bigger than they need to be and then trim them back. So that adds a wonderful fudge factor into the block as well, because everyone's blocks will end up being the size they're meant to be. Okay, so again, I'm just going to fold and press, just a little crease, and it's just roughly in the centre. You've enough excess that if you're slightly to one side, it won't matter, won't make a difference. I've tried to make this pattern as approachable for everyone. I would, oh, am I caught up there? Oh, my bobbins got caught up. Ah, there we go, that's fine. Right, we'll press that. So once you've done that up to this point, okay, and you've pressed it. Now, in an ideal world, I'd press that with an iron. You're then going to trim these edges off. So all you do is line your ruler up with the straight edge of your fabric, trim your corners off. And if you've got a rotating cutting mat, even better. Same again. Now I'm lining up the straight edge. I'm also lining up here and here. So try and line up more than one thing when you're trimming, and it just helps the process. And now I'm going to sew this here and this here. So same again. Fold, little crease. Little crease. It's just a guide. It just helps you on your way. And then we're going to sew across. And press it back. And one more side. So fold in half. Fold in half. Right, I'm down to my last 20 kits. If you want to get the kits, you're saving £10. It should be £84.99. We're actually giving you the pattern, brand new pattern, for free. You're paying £74.99. And you get 9.5 metres of fabric. So it really is a fantastic buy. Okay, press that back. And then your final step is to trim your whole block. Now, I just want to show you there. This unit is actually trims down to 4.5 inches. Okay. So what you want to do is you want your 2 1/4 inch line going through the very centre of your block. Okay. So if you line that up, 1, 2 1/4 inches straight through the centre. Okay. And you can trim the sides off. Now, I do love a rotating cutting mat for this. I am going to turn my ruler, but what you don't want to do is turn the block. Turn the mat, not the block. Same again on this side. So I'm lining up that point through the centre. Line up top and bottom. Trim. Turn your mat. You can turn the whole mat round, but this is where you want a smaller mat, so you're not having to turn a honking great mat around every time. And there's your block. No pins, beginner level piecing, and really, whatever this bit, it'll look fine, so long as it finishes at that size. That's really all that matters. That block will now go into the quilt perfectly, and it will all fit together. And isn't that what we want, ultimately? We want our quilt to go together beautifully and be a pleasure to sew. And there it is. There's your square NASCAR block. Now, some of your blocks are square, and I'll show you on the quilt. So the ones actually have a navy background in the quilt. Thank you, Dan. They're square blocks, okay? Those smaller ones. We'll get to them. There we go. So these ones are all square. And then these ones here are different proportions for the square. So don't just make them all like this. They're slightly different. These are thicker, these are thinner. And then these ones are rectangular. Now, that is not difficult, because what you're going to do is you're going to make the square. You're going to add your triangles to 2 sides. The diagrams are all there. And what you're going to do is you're going to put your triangles slightly to one side, sew them on, trim, sew, and then you trim it to a rectangle rather than a square. So it's all in the trimming, so it's easy. And it means that everyone's blocks will be the size they're meant to be. Fudge factor. Patricia from Somerset says, morning, lovely Stuart, happy birthday. I love your demos. I've not tried quilting with triangles yet, so this is a confidence booster for me. Thank you. Patricia, thank you. And, you know, it should be a confidence booster, because even like, for example, the half square triangles here. Now, I've done the method where you 2 squares together, draw a diagonal, sew either side and cut apart. Most patterns, I've added 7/8 of an inch to the finished size. You can just add a whole inch. Instead of 2 7/8, do 3 inch. Make your half square triangles and then trim your half square triangles down. And that's a quick and easy thing to do. And what it means is your half square triangles are exactly the size they're meant to be, instead of the size they come out of the sewing machine. So it just, again, it adds that little bit. It's not fudge factor. You're trimming, you get that consistency. Jackie from the Vale of Glamorgan's messaged, that's a lovely message. All in capitals, so she's shouting, wow, 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 Stuart, that quilt is amazing. Jackie, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and where the New Mexico was kind of a bit brighter tones, this I've stuck to the more earthy, rich colours of the desert. Tracy's got a question. Happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Gorgeous, Stuart, thank you. Does your fabric have a right side and a wrong side? Big hugs. No. Plain fabric, solid fabric is the same on both sides. So you do not have to worry about right side, wrong side. It's exactly the same both sides. It's woven, it's yarn dyed. So the yarn is dyed and woven. There's no right side, no wrong side. You can use either, which is very, very forgiving. The only thing I would say is when you sew your strips together to make your binding, I just always have to check every time I sew the next strip in that I haven't turned the strip over. So I end up with seam allowances on the right side and the wrong side. So that's the only, if you're using pattern fabric, you can always tell, can't you? You put your right sides together. So just check that as you go. But yeah, no right side, no wrong side. Now, I have got, so how many have I've got 22 kits left. How many in baskets? 84 in baskets. Okay, so, yeah, no, the maths isn't mathing, I'm afraid. If you want the kit, you will have to check out your baskets now for me, please. I am down to my last 20 kits. $74.99. Linda, Crafty Witch has messaged. She says, have a magical happy birthday, Stuart. Witchy hugs from Linda. Thank you, my darling. It's lovely to get a message from you. I hope you and Colin are well. Take care. That's nice. It's been, gosh, such a busy hour. I'm going to show you that quilt kit just for the last moment or two. And then we need to talk backing and wadding. So if you're going for the kit, last few options now, last few chances, you're getting 9.5 meters of fabric. So you get 1.5 meters of vanilla and you get 1.5 meters of navy. These are your background neutrals. Use those where I have. Then you get 0.5 meters of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 more fabrics. So 15 fabrics in total. And those 13 fabrics, you get 0.5 meter of each. Now, you really could use those fabrics however you wanted to, so long as you use them in the same basic proportions that I have. But I recommend that you make pairs of blocks throughout. I just want to very quickly show you what I mean. So you see this block right here? I made 1, I made 2. Exactly the same. I made 1, I made 2. And it's the same with these blocks too. 1 and 2. And that way, what you do then is when you set your quilt together, you have that one here, and then the second one diagonally down in that corner. This one here, diagonally down in that corner. It's the easiest way to balance different colours. You make them in pairs and you put them on opposite sides. And then your eye sees balance. Hi, Stuart. I've just reduced my work hours. Yes, it's the dream. So now I have extra days free for sewing. Get in there. I can't wait to get started on this vibrant quilt. Karen, congratulations. Sounds like heaven to me. Morning, Stuart. I made your New Mexico quilt, never having worked with half square triangles, and it was much easier than expected. Susan, that is the kind of message I like to hear. Yeah, you know, I think once you start making a quilt like this, it builds your confidence and you realise you can do it. And especially with this quilt pattern, I have worked into every row. How do I make it a little bit longer? What if it's a bit short? How can I adjust it so that it all works together? And I've put that throughout. So I'm holding your hand on this one every step. Now, a top tip is Maria's art. Would you best press the fabric before cutting? Many thanks. Yeah. So, well, first thing I always do with my fabric, I don't pre-wash fabric. You can if you want, but I do always steam press it. So I use a 3-spot iron, you know, the hottest setting for cotton with steam, and I give it a really good steam press to iron out any wrinkles and also just to tighten up the weave. I do love to use, I'm using flatter at the moment, but Best Press is also gorgeous and does the job beautifully. Or spray starch. Lightly spray your fabric, you want a light mist, and while you're steam pressing it. It will handle it beautifully, but because you're only doing half square triangles, strips and squares, you're not doing anything where you're doing like really tricky piecing or long, thin bias cut strips. It's not necessary. If you don't want to, if you're not in the habit of doing it, you don't have to start now. However, I do love it and I do use it routinely. The gorgeous smell makes the ironing nicer. This is the fig. fig's gorgeous. Rich, kind of masculine, almost aftershave-y smelling, or like a expensive candle. The price drops, £6 saving, $13.99 for that. Thank you, Dan. That's the fig. We've also got scent-free. If you don't like scented products, scentless, brilliant. It's got all of the flattening and conditioning. Takes out any creases. If you've got like that sort of annoying centre fold on fabric, no scent. No scent on that one. I know some people are very sensitive to smells, and I get that. And then the other one that we've got, again, you're making that saving, £6. The other one that I've got, this is the current one I'm using. Every day's a party. This is Pineapple Grove. And it is that fully ripe, juicy, not like pineapple in this country, like pineapple in Hawaii, yeah? Or pineapple in the Philippines. Oh, do you know, I ate the best pineapple and the best mango in the Philippines ever. And I remember my friend saying, don't eat too much mango, you'll get fat. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to listen to that. Beautiful, beautiful. Right, now, just want to mention pattern on its own. If you want pattern on its own, it is £9.99. Oh, I've only got 6 quilt kits available. If you want the quilt kit, there's only 6 of them left. But if you want the pattern, now you can make your own quilt kit, okay? Just pick your solids. I mean, we have them in stock all the time. You could tweak the colours if you want a little more of this and a little less of that. You can tweak the colours. I did 13.5 metres of solids, 1.5 metres of vanilla, 1.5 metres of navy. But can you imagine this done with black, pale silver grey and jewel bright solids, emeralds, amethysts, rubies, topaz colours? Just a quick question, Stuart. Would I be able to add part of the New Mexico quilt to Sierra Nevada to make a bigger quilt, or vice versa? Yes, Claudia, you could. You'd need more fabric. But, yeah, you absolutely could. Because at the end of the day, what you need is for the rows to end up the same length. So you might have another design that you want to incorporate. Well, with sashings in between the blocks, these could be a little wider or a little narrower. I mean, this is one of my tips in the pattern, to make this row the right length. If you need to, make these sashing strips a little narrower or a little wider to make it fit. If you want to add in some of the original New Mexico block, you could. Yeah, great idea. I love it. I love it. Remember, in your pattern, you get your colouring sheets. You get lots of detail shots taken by yours truly. Colouring sheets, full pattern, loads and loads of tips throughout. I kept putting these things where I would put a really useful tip is, and I would put that in. And so lots and lots of different ways you can use those designs. Okay. Very quickly, I mentioned wadding and backing. So 80-20 wadding is my favourite. This is what I used for my quilt. Thanks, Dan. 224 wide, so you are going to need, well, the width of the quilt is 53.5, so let's call it 60 inches, so 2 metres? 2 metres, 4 units, plenty. And then you've got a bit left over for things like cushions. I used extra wide backing fabric for this. And I used this lovely design, which we've got. It's called Vespa. No motorbikes. No motorbikes. They're like mandalas. But this is the one I used. Now, you could use a plain cotton. You'd need to join 2 widths together to get the right width. With this, it's easier. Now, actually, 60 inches, so, yeah, I'd go 2 metres. I'd go 2 metres. 4 units. Right. It's time for us to go to break because the fabulous and incredibly talented Catherine Ross is in the building. And straight after the break, we're going to be introduced to her special little friends. Can't wait. And having a great chat and, well, just a wonderful time. So please don't go anywhere. Check out your baskets in the break and I'll see you after this. Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm so excited to be sharing my birthday with everyone at Sewing Street this year. We're going to be celebrating on the 1st and 2nd of February with a really special weekend of guests and projects. Lynn Goldsworth is going to be joining me. I'm going to be doing this fabulous William Morris quilt that's hanging behind me. I'm also going to be launching a brand new quilt pattern called Sierra Nevada. If you loved my New Mexico quilt, you are going to fall in love all over again with Sierra Nevada. I'm also going to be launching the brand new fabric range from Tilda. It's called Sunday Brunch, so of course we'll have mimosas and a whole load of gorgeous projects to inspire you. I do hope you'll find time to help celebrate my birthday here at Sewing Street on the 1st and 2nd of February. See you there.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hey you, I am absolutely thrilled to bits, genuinely, to have Catherine Ross here. Welcome to Sewing Street.
Yeah.
Just terrific. We met last year.
We did.
At the Stitch Festival in Islington.
Yeah.
And the minute I saw Catherine's stand, I just rushed over. Do you remember?
Yeah, you did.
I was bowled over with what Catherine does, and we ended up having about an hour's chat.
Yeah, we did.
When I tried to convince Catherine that she should come on Sewing Street and bring her amazing product. I just love them.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this, I think, is your third visit.
My third visit, but this is all new, different things that I do.
All
so
new.
I brought all the mice and things before, and now I'm bringing you the other things that I do. So it's
Absolutely love. Yeah. Well, my little friend, in fact, my little friend. And that's where we're going to start, and we'll get to know Catherine a bit better throughout the show. So we're going to start with my little friend. Now, these dolls are amazing. We're going to get them into shot so you can see them at home. These are all 45 centimetre tall, ragdoll style. This is... Well, you can imagine me at the Stitch Festival seeing these from across the aisle, and I couldn't get over fast enough. I was just like, oh, these are amazing. Look. Quarter of the patterns already gone on pre-order. Now, we've got kits, but not for these. They are mini dolls that we've got kits for. This is pattern only, £12. Catherine, tell me about my little friend.
Well, the pattern is the idea is it's generic pattern, so the actual shape of the body is exactly the same, but then you can personalise it and make it just how you want. So you're choosing the colour of the hair and the way the hair is. I've done in the pattern lots of different ways of making hairstyles to personalise your doll, and the basic pattern comes with clothes, basic clothes as well. So you can make whole sets and the shoes in it, everything. So
we get the doll, we get the hair, we get the shoe patterns for the shoes and the clothes.
And the clothes in that one, yes. So you've got the whole thing, and you can make them just how you want.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. This is for my little friend. Am I right just to grab one, Catherine?
Grab them.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
absolutely. Grab one you like.
I'm going to grab this young lady here just to show you. These are fantastic. I mean, this is Hannah, basically. Yes. This is our producer, Hannah. So you get the pattern for the whole doll, all different ways of doing hair. You get the clothes patterns, you get the shoe patterns as well. So adaptable.
They're very adaptable, and you can make them in, this is a double jersey fabric, but you could make them in felt if you wanted to as well. You can make them in, or just a plain cotton. But this is quite nice of the double jersey because it's soft.
Yeah.
And then I stuff them with I try and use a wool stuffing, really, rather than the polyester, because it's softer, and you get a nice little soft body. If you just pass me the naked one up there,
yes,
I can show you
will do. You might want to avert your eyes. I mean, it really is naked in every sense of the word.
So what I want to show you is that they because of the shape of their body, they sit nicely, and the arms and the legs are not stuffed.
Okay.
Just the feet. So that makes them heavy on the bottom, but then they sit nicely. And you can also, if you're undressing and dressing them, it's easier. And you can pose them better.
It's just a gorgeous pattern, isn't it? So many of these have already flown out. If you want to get my little friend's sewing pattern, so this is infinitely mix and matchable.
Absolutely, mix and matchable. If pass me some of the wool, the hair there, you can see how the actual hair...
Got some of the hair? Or...
Yeah, the hair and the wool, both. So it shows you... Now, this has got the actual hair, I've done it, so you just knit the hair cap as it were. Mm-hmm. So all of them, if you look under her hair, you'll see it's actually a knitted cap.
See now, yeah.
And the reason why I do it like that is because it's much more stable when you put the hair on. Mm-hmm. And you can knit furry hair. So that's one of those wools that's like a fur.
Oh, I see. Yeah, like an eyelash yarn.
Yeah, it's called eyelash yarn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just a very simple piece of knitting. It's not difficult at all. It's a really, really simple bit of knitting.
So basic knitting skills.
Total basic knitting skills. I mean, if you can't knit, you can actually make the hair in the conventional way, you know, sewing it in rows. But this is a really good way of making hair because then you've got sort of fluffy hair.
Love that.
You've got hair. This is sort of blonde hair. And what I do is use a... Sorry. Where has it gone?
Piece there.
Piece there, look. Yeah. So what you do is actually hook it in with turn it over like that. Probably better to sew the actual little cap onto the doll first.
Yeah.
But pull it through, so like that. So you've got a loop, and then pull it like that. And then you've got a really bit of stable hair, and then you can just pull your wool apart.
Got you.
And depending on what wool it is, it will give you different... Sorry, this is a bit of a tricky one. It usually goes quite hard to... I'm being a bit...
Started too far up.
Started too far up, yeah. You've got to be a bit more... yeah, so you can see how it unravels.
Yes.
And then you'll get the hair in it.
Love that.
But you also... You passed me the black ones.
Yes. Well, some of these yarns you can even brush, can't you?
Yeah,
really
this is really lovely because this is a boucle yarn and this makes lovely hair. The little girl with the
raincoat.
The raincoat, she's got this hair, and that works beautifully.
Oh, yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah, so it's basically the same thing. It's a little cap, but then I've just pulled it to give her a little ponytail at the back.
This is lovely, isn't it? Because I think the most precious dolls that anybody have look like you.
Exactly.
Don't they?
Totally.
And there is something incredibly special about making and then gifting a doll that looks like the recipient. And children can't believe it, can they?
Yeah.
Because they've seen like your generic dolls in shops.
Yeah.
They can't believe that a doll looks like them.
Exactly. Yeah, you can look like it. So you can make it, just personalise it, so you can make it...
Talking of which, I mean, I wish I looked like that doll. This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he has actually wired this one.
No.
So you can. I mean, this one is. So I've taken the pattern here, and then I've reduced it to 70%. So I've made a little mini one. So you could do that with this as well. You could make any size you want. You could upscale it even as well and make a bigger one. So you can make them how you want. You can make a whole family.
Yay!
Yeah, you can make a whole family of them. Whatever you can make miniature ones for yourself. It doesn't have to be a sort of a child doll. It can be.
Of course not.
It can be any sort of doll you like.
I've got a huge collection of dolls, bears, you name it. I love them. I do need to let you know the pattern is way oversubscribed. It's going to sell out. Do please check out your basket on the pattern for My Little Friend. Super adaptable.
Yeah.
Now, within that pattern, Catherine, you get basic clothes, but of course we want to expand our repertoire. Yeah. We want to add more. Let's talk knitted hats and jumpers first of all.
Okay.
Now, if you think you know dolls' clothes, wait till I show you the samples of these. So this is incredible. This is incredible. You've used DK wool for these.
All DK wool, yes, absolutely. All just scraps. So you've got your little ends of wool that you've done your knitting projects with. Just keep them all, and then you've got lots of little pieces to use to make your little outfits.
I mean, these are absolutely incredible. I want the full-size version,
Me
please.
too.
I mean, this is self-patterning yarn.
Yeah.
To do an easy version, this one is colour work.
Yeah, that's colour work, so that's a little bit harder. Not that hard. They're all simple because I'm not a huge knitter. I'm not,
Really?
No, I am a basic knitter. So these are all fairly basic, really.
Amazing. I mean, I love the fact that my doll could be better dressed than me. To be fair, Catherine, it wouldn't be hard. That I would wear now. I absolutely love. These are incredible. Look, little vest, little stripy vest, adorable. You can make them simple.
Yeah.
There are hats. There are cardigans. There are sweaters. There are waistcoats. There's all sorts of different level. It's a whole wardrobe. And look at the little strawberry hat. Gorgeous. Now, these, I suppose, could fit other dolls of a similar size.
They fit other dolls, or little teddy bears.
Yeah.
They'll fit teddies. Yeah, all sorts of things. People buy these to fit all kinds of things.
If I was to use a slightly heavier weight yarn or a slightly lighter weight yarn, could I sort of slightly scale them up or down?
You could, but it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. I've tried them, obviously, because they're very small.
True enough. Yeah.
Even if you're using a 4-ply, you'd only get it
Just
so
a
much
little.
smaller. But they're very simple patterns. They're all just based on squares. So it's very simple just to add a couple of stitches or take a couple of stitches away.
Absolutely brilliant. Can I ask you, Catherine, about your angel policy, please? About lots of our viewers like to make and sell for charity, some make and sell as a business. Where do you?
I absolutely don't mind people who want to sell for charity.
Okay, cool.
But I'm not so happy when they want to sell for
profit.
For
Fair
profit.
enough. Okay.
But yeah, absolutely for charity.
So making self for charity, absolutely fine.
It's absolutely
and
fine.
Making gift.
Absolutely making gifts, yes.
Yeah, as many as you
totally.
can.
As many as you can.
Love that.
But also, I mean, it's really important. I've used vintage buttons on these. Where's my other ones? Oh, it's on the coat. So these little buttons are really lovely. They make a jumper, don't they, a button?
Yeah, they do.
This belongs to my grandmother, these buttons.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's a lovely way, actually, of not just keeping, but also still engaging with seeing.
Yes,
Because
it
that
totally
could so
is.
easily have just lived in a tin.
Well, it did live in a tin for a long time,
Yeah.
and I've just inherited that tin, and I thought, oh, they're really nice buttons. They should go. In fact, somebody bought the pattern, and they've just knitted the jumpers and put them on the wall.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, so they've got like
Cute. Yeah.
almost like a picture of jumpers, which is
That's
quite
lovely.
a nice
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
If you love knitting, if you love making, I mean, there's so many ways. You could string these through the arms almost as bunting.
You could.
Couldn't you?
Yeah, you could, absolutely.
Or
Yeah.
you can get doll coat hangers
Well, I have got doll coat hangers, yeah, and they look really
on a
good.
little rail.
Yeah, they look really good on a little rail. Yeah.
I've got these adorable, like, little miniature bedsteads, like brass and iron bedsteads and
Yeah.
things like that. And I
Yeah.
love those little things.
I love
A little clothes rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous.
They would look really good on
gorgeous.
that, yeah.
This is the wardrobe I want. There's more in baskets than I have available. That is absolutely gorgeous. Also, I would say as well, if you want to learn colour work, this is a much
Yes.
better option than trying to make the full-size sweater.
It
to
is.
learn how to do it.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, learn new skills. Now sorry. Oh, this is left field, Catherine. Feel free to shake your head. Hannah has said, I think those would fit nicely on a wine bottle.
Ooh, they would. You could.
You're just being kind now, Catherine. You're just being kind. Right, let's talk a bit more dressmaking now,
Yeah.
but in small scale. Coats and shoes.
Yeah.
Now, these are amazing.
Well, I've brought some little shoes so you can see some of the shoes. A little pair of
I
Ugg
mean-
boots.
Hello. These are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. These are Converse trainers. Look.
So
Absolutely brilliant. Little ballet pumps. We get shoes in the main pattern.
yeah,
do we?
sure. We get the boots. These boots are in the
Okay.
main pattern, but these are not. These are all in. Yeah. So these actual are in the main
original,
pattern,
yeah.
original pattern, but these other ones are all in the pattern to make.
I love that these have got a little bit of a heel on them. Because I like a little heel just to lift me up.
These are also in. This is a faux leather.
Oh.
It's very fine.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah, and that's really nice and easy to sew. And whereas these ones have a lining in them. So there's two sorts of shoes in there. You can do a double one, so you've got your little tiny, and these take so much, tiny little bits of fabric, or you could find like a faux leather. I have made some in real leather before, like a fine leather. I made some boots, and they work quite well as well.
Because my shoes are made in leather, aren't they, or are they faux leather?
It's faux leather.
Is it? They look very smart.
It's a very fine. But it's actually really quite realistic. I mean, you get some very realistic stuff now. So, but these little Ugg boots, and
lovely Uggs. They're cool.
Also,
look at these
in that pattern.
Those bad boys. I love the little turnips as well. See, in real life, I'm a bit short for turnips. They always make me look like I'm like 5'1", which I'm not far off. But you know,
they're made exactly the same way. They actually come off. You can take those off.
Yes, it's fully removable.
Yeah, fully removable. Yeah.
That was actually the very first question I asked. Can I take all the clothes?
I don't think you want to do that today, do you?
What's underneath?
Well, I didn't give you any pants, so.
True to life. Yeah. What can I say? What can I say? Now, we also get coat pattern. Do we get these boots as well?
Yeah, these boots and this little rain mac coat.
Oh, the rain mac's amazing.
Yeah, the little rain mac there, which has got a bit of Velcro on it there. So
just
it does
get that doll into shot. That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm thinking, you know our lovely Sarah, who does the lovely laminated fabrics for like raincoats and things like that.
Yeah, it would look beautiful in that.
Yeah, gorgeous, like patterned or single colour. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
So we get the raincoat.
You get the raincoat. You get pass me the little girl there. She's got the sweatshirt on.
Oh, now that is gorgeous.
And she's also got a pair of Ugg boots on there. Look, she's got with the knitted tops on them.
Amazing.
So it's got the knitted top version and a furry top version.
You get both.
You get both.
Cool.
Yeah. And then this is the little sweatshirt that's in here.
That's great with the hood.
Yeah, it's like a little hood.
Absolutely brilliant.
And the little pocket bit in the front there. Okay.
Love the attention to detail. It's just superb. We've already had lots and lots of sellouts. I would just urge you to check out your basket. Here's the thing. Because it's the weekend, we can't restock anything. So if things sell out, where we might, on a Monday or a Wednesday, we might be able to say, could we have another 50 of these? But we can't do that. So literally the stock that we have is the stock that we have. So please, please check out your baskets. We had really good stocks, but you are really loving these patterns. The thing is, you know, to gift that, I mean, you've made my year. With this, I'm overwhelmed. Honestly, it's absolutely amazing.
I like it.
But this is the thing, isn't it? If you make a doll, it might be for you, it might be in memory of somebody, it might be for your godchildren, or you know, a special friend. Just lovely.
Yeah, it is. I think yes, it is. You can make it a real special little thing as well. I think. I used to make them for commission for people, like they'd sent me a photograph. I mean, I haven't got time to do that now, but I used to do that, and it was really great fun trying to sort of replicate somebody's hair and try and get their face without putting too much on it. Sure. Because sometimes, you know, when dolls, if they've got too bigger eyes, they're a bit scary. Sure. So you just want to make them very subtle.
Exactly.
Sort of colour and things like that.
Exactly. But sometimes just, you know, like, I've got that sweatshirt. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. Yeah, totally. And also, I mean, I'm trying to make these dolls so they're sort of modern and contemporary dolls rather than the sort of the historical sort of dolls, which are lovely, but I wanted mine to be up to date. Oh, Ugg boots and gorgeous jeans and a sweatshirt. They're fab. They're absolutely fab. So lovely. Furry coat. So we've got a furry coat. Let's show that off too. Yeah. Oh, I say. This is a statement piece. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, she's got very, very nice Liberties shoes on there. Amazing. So, so there's a fur coat here, which is the pattern that's got the fur coat in it. Yeah. But it's also got the pink coat there with this one. Oh, this one here. Yeah. Her barrier will probably fall off because she's got quite a lot of hair, that one. Oh, I say, she certainly has. Now is that a wool boucle? Yes. That's beautiful. And this is really easy to sew because it doesn't fray at all. Like a boiled wool, It's a boiled wool, yeah. So you can... These might be dressmaking remnants, mightn't they? Well, they usually are, because all of these are all dresses that I have. Oh, amazing. Yeah, they're all, I keep all my little bits. Yeah. Even the tiny bits. Of course.
Keep them, and then you can make things with them. She's
No
also
scrap will be wasted.
yeah, Liberty's boots on. Yeah, and then I want kind of like a little vintage type.
Yeah.
Thing. And that they are also my grandmother's buttons.
Really beautiful.
They're really beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, it's ever so special. Of course, as well, you might be using, you know, like people make memory bears, memory quilts. You might have something like, you know, like a little cotton shirt or something from when your baby was small that you can then use for doll's clothes. So integrate it into, or even just a pair of shoes. So you keep it and you keep looking at it. It's lovely.
And also, I've tried to make them quite simple, so they don't have buttonholes or anything like that. All the jumpers and the things, I usually put pretend buttons on them.
Oh, just press studs.
And put press studs on them. Only
Great.
because it's, I mean, you can, but it's very fiddly, isn't it, when you...
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary, really.
No.
So that's a like little coat there.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Now, if you've been admiring the armchairs that the dolls sit in, we've got the pattern. This is a bit of genius, I think. It's so fun.
Well, this also fits, obviously, teddies and it fits my dogs that I make and things like that. But it's a very easy pattern. And you're just using wadding inside and a piece of foam at the bottom there and wadding. Like a sponge. You could actually use a sponge. You could actually use like a car sponge and cut it up if you wanted, if you didn't have the foam. And it's very simple components and it takes about half a metre of fabric.
Fantastic. This is very glamorous kind of velvet.
Well, it's just an offcut that I had. So they're just like little offcut bits of fabric. And it's quite easy to construct. And you're using, in the back, you've got a very heavy-duty interfacing.
Right.
So that just gives it a little bit of structure in the back of it.
So something like... what I'm thinking of... What's the heavyweight interfacing we do, Hannah? Decoville.
Yeah, you can use that. Yeah, that absolutely. That's ideal. That's ideal in it. Then you can make them in any sort of... anything you like.
So fun. Again, you could use faux leather.
Yeah, you could have that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Very
leather chair.
Yes. Very gentleman's club. They're so much fun. The pattern's £10 and you could sit a teddy bear. I mean, you may not be going for the dolls. You may have a teddy bear that you could sit in the armchair. Absolutely brilliant.
Some people have bought them for their phones.
Yeah, or you could, I suppose you could use the arms as a pincushion.
Yeah, you could. That would be good. Yeah, you could do all sorts of things. Yeah, you could just make it because you like the little chair.
Yeah.
Really.
I'm surprised Hannah hasn't suggested sitting a wine bottle in it.
Well, you could if you really wanted to.
Again, don't feel like you've got to be polite. Hannah has all these mad suggestions. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Really fun thing. And it's just a gorgeous way of displaying any one of your designs. I'm just going to pop little Stuart. I feel like he should
That's a bit like a sofa, isn't it, there, for him? Yeah.
Look. And that's how good he looks, sitting in his armchair. It's actually round at his nans. Aww. It's absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Love it. And as well, you know, I think often we make dolls, we make bears, things like that, but it's how do you display them and how do you enjoy them? You know, I put them in windowsills, I put them on beds and things like that, but to actually have their own armchair is just rather fabulous. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, let's talk about the mini dolls, because these are absolutely fantastic. I'm going to grab them and pull them into shot.
Okay.
These are so special.
Yeah. So
now, I've got the kits. Friend in my pocket.
Right.
This is the first one.
So in the kit...
So this is for the doll...
do you want to pull her out?
Yes, will do. Now, this is the doll only in the kit. Okay.
Yeah.
So things like, if you want to use doll's house furniture...
Yeah, it's all doll's house furniture that I've got there.
What scale would you go for if you're going to sit them on furniture?
1 to 12.
1 to 12.
Yeah.
Dolls furniture. So you can get things like the chairs, the table, the sewing machine, things like that. But this is a complete kit to make the doll. So you get everything to make the doll, the hair, the clothes, the stripy tights.
Yeah, and the pipe cleaners, because they've got pipe cleaners in their legs and their arms. So that you can bend them.
Yes.
It's you can machine. I've machine sewed the dress, but it's really designed to be a hand sewn little project.
And I would just like to point out that this one does come with pants.
She does come with pants. Yeah.
She does come with pants. I don't come with pants.
She's got a very pretty pair of pants.
She does.
Yes.
I'm not going to show you the pants, but we'll show you the fabric.
Yeah, show you the fabric. So it's just a little piece of broderie anglaise, basically, and it's folded in half and sewn, and then sewn down the middle, and it makes a very perfect little pair of pants.
Yeah.
Like that. See? But everything is in there, including a little thread and a needle. And
Oh, well, you get a pre-wound bobbin of thread.
Yes.
Awesome.
Just so, because I like to have a little kit like this, it's very nice to have everything you need.
I totally agree.
And it's got the button for the back of the dress. Mm-hmm. I don't know if she's actually got one on there. No, I haven't. Don't look at that.
Oh. Here's what I didn't quite finish.
I know. But I have got a button and a little loop, a little ribbon loop on the back,
Lovely.
and the embroidery thread to make the eyes and the mouth.
And the mouth. I love how you do your eyes, by the way. These little stars. They're gorgeous.
I try for ages and ages trying out different eyes, and they work the best.
Yeah.
Because they're expressive, but they're not too scary.
Yeah, no, they're sort of eyes and eyelashes. If you try and embroider eyes and eyelashes...
No, it doesn't. It's a bit weird.
Yes.
It doesn't work.
It's a bit, I mean, behind the scenes, it is a bit of a minefield, isn't it, creating characters? Because it's so easy to tip into the scary and...
It is, and I say, when I did these, it took me quite a while to try different eyes out and the mouth and just getting... And in the end, I think less is more. If you put too much on it and you try and do a sort of a full mouth and everything, it just it doesn't work for me.
But also there's that sort of, is it Steiner dolls, where they have no expression, so that the child, if they're playing with it, can put their own interpretation. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I like that, and it's sort of, yes, it's sort of expressive. Yeah, it also, when you're making them, when you make it, it'll be totally individual, because even if you move the eye like a millimetre, it makes it look completely different.
Completely different.
Yes.
Patricia's messaged in. This is lovely. Oh, we'll get it back, don't worry. We'll bring it back, sing it back. Bring it back. There we go. I love my Elsie mouse. Now to try the friend in my pocket. They're absolutely lovely. They are lovely, aren't they? Gorgeous.
She had stuffing in here.
And that's wool stuffing.
Yeah, it's pure wool stuffing. Because, again, it's nice and soft. And also, I think it's a nicer thing to do. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah. Oh, yes, smells like home.
Yeah, it does.
And, of course, it is natural, biodegradable.
Absolutely.
No plastic in there.
No
It's
plastic bits.
wool.
No. And the felt is also, it's a mixture. I use a mixture of wool and rayon. Because it's the pure wool one is too soft.
Yeah.
And I don't like acrylic felt because it
Too stiff.
stiffen. But this is a really nice mixture, and it's strong for shoes, and then you get a little stripy for the legs.
Yeah, I
So
love it. Brilliant.
Everything's in there for it.
Just need to let you know, I've only got 4 kits left. It's been very, very popular. I've only got 4 kits left. I think really nice to make both, make them as a pair. So let's look at Friend in My Pocket. This is our second option.
Let me take it now, because I just realised I hadn't put the little packet in. I meant to do that earlier on, and I didn't.
So that is this doll. I'm going
Yeah.
to gently grab her.
Lost her knitting. So she has got a very pretty, tiny, I found this fabric, but I haven't got any more, so this is it.
Adorable.
This tiny, tiny little strawberry fabric, which I
Yeah,
think is
that's
very
gorgeous.
cute. Yeah, it's very cute, and it fits, like it's a really good fit for a tiny little doll.
Yeah, the proportions are spot on, aren't they?
And exactly the same way as I haven't obviously knitted the hair because it's too much. It's done in a conventional way. We just sew down. Shows you how to do it. But I have. It's like a double knit wool. I've pulled it apart, and that gives you that really nice little crinkle.
Is that how you get the crinkle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just gently pull the threads apart once you put it onto the doll, and then you'll get that nice little crinkly hair like that. And she's got little red shoes in here, same knickers.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, and she bends, so you can move her around.
That's pipe cleaners inside. You get
Inside.
everything in the kit.
And
Kate from Merseyside says, it's so cute, I love the stripy legs. That's my favourite bit, Kate. I love the stripy legs.
Well, I liked it from that, what's the book called? Pippi Longstocking.
Pippi Longstockings,
Yeah. That's the kind of, it's sort of, that I really like that sort of thing, yeah. And they have little pockets in there.
Of course.
Of course, because you need a pocket. Every girl needs a pocket. And she has a little, it's not on there either. Little button.
I'm sure there was a brilliant thing on the radio ages ago about sort of no pockets in women's clothing and sort of like kind of because of the dangers of what a woman might carry and what she might be concealing in her pocket. Isn't that bizarre?
Very bizarre, but it's very. But I suppose when you used to have pockets, it was separate, didn't you?
Yes,
so
tied on.
Tied on pockets.
Yeah.
Yes, it has a separate pocket.
Yeah.
But I do like a pocket. I always make my clothes pockets.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got to have a pocket.
But that was because I remember, there's the rhyme, isn't there? Lucy Lockett lost her pocket, and you think, well, how do you lose a pocket off a dress?
That's because it's not joined on.
It's tied on.
Yeah, it's tied on. Yeah, and they used to have secret pockets in there. Those great big things.
Now that is subversive.
Yeah, you have
Kathleen.
a secret pocket.
Yeah. There'll be all kinds, like sweets in those.
Yeah, secret pocket. Yeah.
Brilliant, absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely. Everything is selling out. If you want to get hold of Strawberry Friend in My Pocket, that's this one here. I think they make a really gorgeous pair. I think going for both. You've got a gorgeous pairing there and the lovely little stripy legs, so cute. And of course as well, you could adapt the hair a little bit as well, have it shorter.
Yeah.
Plaited, knots.
Whatever you want, yeah. And this also makes a very beautiful, this wool here. It's got, it's actually, you have to pull out, once you've done it, you see how it's got a string in it?
Oh, yeah.
Once you pull that out, you get this lovely, really beautiful kind of different coloured.
It's fabulous.
Yeah, it works very well for hair.
That was sold out, I'm afraid. But we do still have Strawberry Friend in My Pocket. Just over half the stock has gone. Now, we've had a few questions asking sort of what kind of age could children play with them? I'm going to say, hi, what age would you give this doll to a child, please? Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, Sharon.
Well, because it's got pipe cleaners in it, if it's a very small child, you'd be absolutely fine if you didn't put the pipe cleaners in. So just leave those out. And then you could, I suspect, about a 3-year-old would be fine. There's nothing on it to hurt you, but I wouldn't put the pipe cleaners in. But I think when you're about 5, I think you can manage the pipe cleaners. I have folded them over, but it's just that health and safety thing. It is just in case a pipe cleaner comes out its bit and you don't want a bit of wire in the child.
No, absolutely. I think that's good advice. And at the end of the day, the best thing is to think of the child that you're giving it to, because some children are very careful with things. Other children instantly want to take things apart.
Yeah, exactly. So I think using common sense is a good idea with it. But they will fit in a doll's house.
Nice. 1 to 12
doll's house. They'll fit. Yeah, really well.
So did the strawberry doll have knitting?
She did have a bit of knitting.
Oh, this is cute. Now, I was obsessed with doing these when I was a child myself. Yes. I used to use, like, cocktail sticks. They are cocktail sticks. Are they?
Yeah, they're cocktail sticks with little beads on the...
Can you see?
Yeah. She's got...
And sit there knitting. Look, you've got proper knitting. And then those go into her hands.
Yeah, they go into her hands, so you can just they're bendy, see? Because the pipe cleaners are in them, they're bendy. So
yeah.
She can actually hold that quite well like that.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but you can make them do anything. Then this bit is I made a little quilt here for the sewing machine. Here, so I've just made a very tiny little Liberties quilt here out of tiny.
A bit of quilt making.
Yeah, a little bit of quilt making. Yeah, it's a very tiny piece of Liberties fabric.
It's fabulous.
Just to give them, so they can be your little sewing companions.
I love that.
Yeah. I
love that. They're absolutely brilliant. I do need to say, though, basically everything on the show sold out, Catherine.
Oh, okay.
What have you done to us? You can get the chair pattern, and we've got a few of the Strawberry Friend in My Pocket, but basically everything else. The shoes and the coats pattern, sold out. Yeah. Gosh.
Shall I show you the little duffel coat?
Oh, yes,
please. I quite enjoyed making that.
Yes, show us your favourite. Is that the green duffel
Yeah,
coat?
the green duffel
Oh, now he's a dude.
Yeah, he is a dude,
Isn't he?
Yeah.
He's that sort of, even at 4 he was cool.
Yeah.
Look at the spiky hair on
See,
him.
that's a faux fur yarn there.
Love it.
Which works really well for hair.
Is that what they call frosting?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's
Frosted tips.
Yeah, and then made the duffel coat is in the pattern as well, with little tiny. I found these little tiny toggles in here.
Yeah,
which are
brilliant.
quite cute. But I do like a duffel coat.
Oh, yes.
So he's got a nice stripy t-shirt underneath, but that's made in felt. So felt's quite good for
For the coat?
for the coat.
Yeah.
But it's quite good for making any of the coats because it doesn't fray again. It's easy.
No, forgiving.
It's very forgiving, easy to make, and you get really nice sharp lines. Sorry.
We all get confused about which way is up. Don't
Yeah,
we?
absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely lovely. I mean, the pattern has already sold out, but if you managed to get it, brilliant. If you didn't, well, next time Catherine comes on, I'm sure you'll bring more. And just, I suppose we always say be quick, but sometimes none of us realise how quick you need to be in order to get... You did bring big stocks, but it's been very, very popular, Catherine.
Yeah. Well,
I'm so pleased that you've come to Sewing Street.
well, I'm really happy. It's really fun. It's really fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, really fun.
And you're from, you live in Norwich now, which is my old stomping
I do live in
ground,
Norwich, yeah.
which I love.
Norwich is lovely. It's a really, really beautiful city.
Yeah.
I have a few customers from Norwich when
Oh, do you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I have occasionally a pop-up shop there, so occasionally
fantastic.
you can get little pop-up shops sometimes and have shops. But no, it's a really great place to be. Really
So
great
cool.
Place. Yeah.
Do you make a lot of your clothes as well? Did you make your top is gorgeous.
This is this is the new Liberties fabric.
Oh,
It's
is
the
it?
150th anniversary fabric,
it?
and I saw it on Instagram. And I was down in London. I thought I've got to have that.
Gorgeous,
So
isn't it?
I have bought. Yeah, it is really beautiful, isn't it?
Really, really lovely.
Yeah, they've done a whole range for their 150th anniversary.
Oh, I'm down in London next week.
Go and have a look. 'Cause
I shall have to have a little purchase.
No, I make all my own clothes.
Amazing. and mine, actually, as well. Mine.
Yeah.
Mine too. Now, let's just give you... Now, we want to give you best chance in Catherine's next hour because, again, it is wild today,
Okay.
Catherine. So we're going to show you a few samples and a few things coming up in Catherine's 12 o'clock hour. Okay, it's all about appliqué, isn't it?
Yes, all about
The
appliqué.
12 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
So Dan's going to pass on. So tell us about this one, Catherine.
Ooh,
Oh,
you can go over there.
no.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
You.
So are we doing?
Yes. Well. Oh, that is amazing. Yeah, you can't really have that upside down. It's a circle.
No, it's a circle, so it doesn't matter which way you have
Tell me
it.
about this one.
So this, I started making applique when I was donkeys ago for people's birth quilts. And all these little vehicles here were for my nephew, who is now 37,
Oh,
I think.
hello. Yes. Yeah, how does that happen?
Yeah, it's so I made it for him. He loved it, and he used it until it was a rag. But recently, I've been making these applique templates, and I'd made this one just for the Alexandra Palace show, I think.
Fab.
Just as just to demonstrate. But so many people asked me about it. I've made it into a pattern. So when you look at the templates, not only templates in there, there's a whole pattern.
Do I get the pattern for this circular? Oh, amazing. Because actually, I love what you've done here. I think it's incredibly clever because you've got all the different modes of transport, but also Catherine's shown in the water, on the train track, on the road, and in the air.
Yeah.
It's such a clever design,
Yeah.
Catherine.
Yeah, it's
Really
a really
clever.
fun thing, and it's designed as a mat, but you could make it square. You could make it into a whole quilt.
Have rows, couldn't you?
Have rows,
Put them
yeah.
on bags.
You could put them on bags, put them on anything. But it's just great fun mixing and matching all the fabrics.
Yes, they are absolutely brilliant, and you get such a wide variety as well. I love the K-facet. Is it a K-facet truck?
Yeah.
Look, I mean, come on. Can you imagine if you were on the motorway and that drove past? Love it. Liberty Taxi.
Yeah, it's a Liberty Taxi.
Please.
I use lots of Liberty and calf facet fabrics, and I mix them together.
Yeah.
Because it's the colour, really. It's the colour.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. So that is coming up in Catherine's 12 o'clock hour. But if you want to get ahead and get the pattern now, I would definitely do that. I would definitely do that. Can we have a look at your circular fairy tea party? This is amazing too.
Right, let's get it up this way. It's probably it does go every way, but just get the teapot up the right way. Okay. So
tell me about that. Look at that.
So
That's a birthday cake.
The original one, the pattern which is for sale, is actually for a whole quilt, like a single quilt. But I wanted to try and make this as such a show you how you can make it in different ways. So this is one of Stuart's. Is your picnic bag?
Yes.
This
So the pattern for the actual quilt, so it pulls up into a rucksack.
Where's the end?
And the pattern is in Bags for Life.
Yeah.
My book Bags for Life.
Yeah.
Because you've done a number, and it's been so wonderful for me to see my bag designs done differently. They look amazing.
Well, it's really good to take another pattern and then apply your applique to it, and you've got a double sort of
You really do.
Yeah.
That is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's great fun
beautiful.
making that.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, we are going to go to a break slightly early, only because we're completely sold out of everything, Catherine. So, but we're going to see you at 12 o'clock with your amazing applique designs. There's butterflies, those seaside-themed appliques, of course, the gorgeous fairy tea party, and also the transport. Shop ahead. That is the smart thing to do today. Well done if you've got anything in this hour. It's been an absolute joy. Absolute joy. It brings out the child in all of us, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I like being a child.
So inspiring. It's so inspiring. Can't wait to see you at 12.
Okay.
And I'll see you after a short break. Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm so excited to be sharing my birthday with everyone at Sewing Street this year. We're going to be celebrating on the 1st and 2nd of February with a really special weekend of guests and projects. Lynn Goldsworth is going to be joining me. I'm going to be doing this fabulous William Morris quilt that's hanging behind me. I'm also going to be launching a brand new quilt pattern called Sierra Nevada. If you loved my New Mexico quilt, you are going to fall in love all over again with Sierra Nevada. I'm also going to be launching the brand new fabric range from Tilda. It's called Sunday Brunch, so of course we'll have mimosas and a whole load of gorgeous projects to inspire you. I do hope you'll find time to help celebrate my birthday here at Sewing Street on the 1st and 2nd of February. See you there.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
The really long needles that you use for your blankets and your big jumpers. Your big blankets.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops. Absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Hey, thank you so much for spending today with us here on Sewing Street. We're celebrating this weekend. I'm celebrating because it's my birthday on Monday. And so we're having a special weekend of amazing... I mean, I've just had the most amazing hour with Catherine Ross and just incredible Cotton Fairy products. We've also got a fabulous Shop to Win promotion. This is how it works. Every single item that you purchase, whether it's from one of our shows or from the website, you'll be entered into a prize draw. Every single thing you buy is a separate entry into the Shop to Win. Now, we've got a £250 prize today, and there'll be a lamp in there, there'll be fabric, there'll be all kinds of gorgeousness. And then we'll have another Shop to Win tomorrow, a separate one, quite different. But today you could win £250 worth of sewing goodies, and every single thing you buy is a separate entry into that prize draw. So buy 10 things and you get 10 entries into the prize draw. That's our Shop to Win. Thank you also for all the lovely messages that you've been sending in. It really warms my heart. Thank you. Now, this hour, we've got lots of different of my favourite sewing tools and notions. And we are going to start with the side cutter foot. Now, this is brother specific. So you must use this with a brother sewing machine. If you've got the... FS 250, if you've got the 210, the 130, the 180, if you've got the MV 1100, it'll fit any of those machines. What does the side cutter foot do? Well, as the name suggests, there is a blade in there which, as you're sewing, cuts the fabric, and then you use it in conjunction with a straight stitch, a zigzag, or an overedge stitch, and it will effectively do the job of an overlocker. It's cutting the fabric and you're stitching over the raw edge literally as it goes through the machine. Now this is $39.99. I've got less than half the stock left now. Well done if you've already checked out your basket. We can never get enough of these in, and I think this is probably our lowest ever stock that we've managed to get in, unfortunately. But it was all that we could get from Brother. Let me show you how you use it. So I've got my Brother sewing machine here. I'm using the FS250 for my demo. Any of them would work. So I'm going to turn it off, because whenever I'm fiddling around with screwdrivers and taking feet off, I like to turn the machine off. Now you're going to use your screwdriver that comes with your machine, and you're going to remove the foot. Okay? What I'm going to do now, what you've got on your foot, let me just show you, is you've got this little bar. Now this goes over your needle clamp. So where you screw your needle in, this goes over that, okay? And then if you look down here, do you see this little bar here? I'll take my finger away. Well, that clips onto your ankle, the ankle of your machine, just like any other foot would. So that, oh, actually, do you know what? I've done this wrong. I do this every time. You don't actually need to take the foot off. You leave that on. I do it every time. There we go. So you don't even need the screwdriver. You just take your foot up. So let's start again. Can I blame my age? Can I say, oh, it's my age? There we go. Good. Right. So you take that off, all right, and then literally this goes under, and you're going to clip it on like so. And that's it. It's on. Okay? So the foot's in place. Let's grab some fabric. I'll turn my machine back on now. Oh, and let's just grab some thread. Excuse me 1 second. I will just thread my machine up. Yep. So thread your machine up as normal. If you haven't already got the Brother FS250, absolutely superb machine. Let's just put my glasses back on. Not quite get it that time. There we go. There we go. Right, thread it up. So I've got my top and bobbin thread. Now, in terms of stitch, you can use things like a straight stitch, you can use a zigzag, but on my FS250, I've got over edge stitches. So I'm going to pick stitch number 8, which is like an overcasting stitch. Now, you do get an overcasting foot with the machine, but with your side cutter foot, that will actually cut the fabric like an overlocker would, and then you're stitching, and it will actually capture raw edges as you sew. So I've got my fabric, I'm using 2 layers of fabric here. Now, when you put it under the machine, what you're going to do is you're going to put your fabric under here. So some of it sits on top of the metal plate, and that's going to be trimmed away, okay? Press a foot down, and then we can start sewing. Now, I always like to just hand crank that through the first sort of revolution of stitches. There we go. And then I'm going to start to sew. And so as this goes through the machine, it's cutting off, you can see there, it's cutting off the edge of the fabric, just like an overlocker would. And then the stitches are encapsulating the raw edge. Now, this could be dressmaking fabric, this could be jersey, it could be cotton fabric, it could be a voile or a lawn, it could be silk or satin, whatever you want to dressmake with. You could also be doing this with upholstery fabric for home decor. And just look at the finish that achieves. So the raw edge has been trimmed and cut and encapsulated. I've used a different colour on both sides, so you can see how that stitch goes right over the edge to completely neaten it, and you get this gorgeous finish. It really is as close to, I mean, obviously an overlock is going to be 3 or 4 threads usually, and of course your machine is still going to use 2 threads, but it's as close to the effect of an overlocker as you can get without buying one. Now, I was watching just the other day on social media, and a lady asked a really good question, and she said, you know, I'm just getting into dressmaking, do I need to buy an overlocker? And I think actually it was the Sussex seamstress, or it might have been someone at Somerset Goddess. Anyway, somebody had answered and said, you know, if you're just starting out, you don't need to buy an overlocker. Use your machine, use the overcasting stitches. Now, if you've got a brother, you can get this side cutter foot, and that will cut. And actually, it's the only sewing machine manufacturer that produces a side cutter foot. You can't buy these for any other brand. Only Brother make them. I think they're absolutely brilliant. And for $39.99, the functionality is amazing. I'm literally down to my last 5. I've got 5 of these side cutter feet left. So if you want to get hold of the side cutter foot, last few chances. Last few chances. I'm just going to take that foot off, and again, super easy. Just lift your presser foot. You're going to press the little black button. That will drop the foot off, and off it comes. Okay. Now, if you want to know if this fits your machine, I'm just going to check. I want to say, does this say it's a low shank? I believe it's a low shank. One. Yeah. Right. So, compatible with machine groups A, B, C, D, E, and J. So, if you've got a Brother sewing machine, if you go into a Google search and say, for example, you've got a Brother, let's make up a number, AB 1300. Type that in. What group does this belong to, it should come up. I mean, it all comes down to low shank, high shank at the end of the day. And I believe this is a low shank. But easiest thing is to check yourself on the internet. Otherwise, we could be here all day going through every machine. There's so many different ones it could be. But they're either low shank or high shank. Okay, that's going to sell out. In fact, it has sold out. So, Dan, I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to take that off you because that's rather gorgeous. I'll tell you about this in a moment. But let's just talk about the Brother FS250. So this is one of our hero machines here. And I believe that in this price range, there is nothing to compare to this. Now, if this machine was £799 today, it would be an amazing buy. 250 stitches, 8 buttonholes, they're automatic one-step, 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation, a memory for up to 50 characters. You get an extension table, a hard case. You get a ton of feet, including your walking foot, your darning foot, your invisible zipper foot, and a Teflon non-stick foot included for free. For free, okay? These are all the standard feet. You even get an adjustable zipper foot as well as your regular zipper foot. So you can use that for working. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. But most importantly, your walking foot, your free motion quilting foot are included. And something you never normally get included with a machine, the concealed or invisible zipper foot, all for free. Now, we're not stopping at £799, but I just want to mention, if you went on the Brother website, you would pay £849 for this machine. But here at Sewing Street, it's £399. It's better than half price. If you compare this with Brother's own website, it's better than half price. £399. Now, if we took off the price of a walking foot is £40. A darning foot is £17.49. The concealed zipper foot, the Teflon foot, they're both about £15 each. Your extension table, £50. If you took all of that off, I think you would probably end up spending about £200 on the actual machine. It's amazing value, absolutely incredible value. You also get, and this is just showing off, a 3-year warranty. Now, 1 year is mandatory. 2 years, I think, is often, you know, a brand will say, hey, we know this is a fantastic machine, so we'll give you a 2-year warranty. Normally, if you want a 3-year warranty on a machine, you have to pay £100 extra, don't you? Or something like that. This, you get a 3-year warranty. If everything else wasn't enough, for £399. Absolutely amazing value. If you're a beginner sewer, amazing. If you're an advanced sewer, amazing machine. It covers every level of ability. And it doesn't actually matter if you're a dressmaker, if you're a patchwork and quilter, you love doing home decor, you're into making bags. This machine has got everything you need to do all of those things beautifully. Absolutely fab machine. It comes with a hard case, so if this is the machine you're going to take to workshops and classes, then you can take it with confidence. You know your machine's going to be protected. It does, of course, have a free arm. You can drop the feed dogs for free motion quilting. You've got all your storage in there for your feet. And don't forget 8 automatic one-step buttonholes. It's even got button sewing function. So it has a foot right here. This is for sewing buttons on. So if you're using a button that has, 2 or 4 holes in the top, you can use that and sew your buttons on by machine. Don't even have to get your, I know. Anything to not get a hand sewing needle out. That's your FS250. Okay, we'll come back to machines in a sec. Let's have a little look at extra wide backing fabric. I've got one in particular I want to show you. This is a Dan Morris. Now, this is back in stock. It sells out every time. Already, I have sold over half the stock that I had. back in stock today. Over half of it is already gone. Now, this is a Dan Morris. This is a digital print, so the colours are incredible. The variety of colours is just amazing. Absolutely love that soft ivory background, and then those juicy, rainbow bright, almost batik style print, but it's a digital print, so it's completely consistent, colour fast, beautiful. Now it's 11.99 a half metre, but look what you get in half a metre. It's actually 108 inches wide, which is 274 centimetres. So that is 2 3/4 metres by half a metre. That's a lot of fabric for 11.99. Now it's 100% cotton, so if you want to, you can use this on the front of your quilt. This could be your binding, this could be your background fabric, this could be your piecing fabric. What about making a beanbag chair or big oversized cushions for the garden? What about dressmaking? It's 100% cotton, absolutely beautiful. Now, just to put this into context, everyone's multi-buying. I've got 30 metres left, which is about a quarter of my starting stock. Now, everyone's multi-buying, and there are about 40 of you with this in your basket. I don't have enough. If everyone bought 2 units, I don't have enough. If you're doing up to a queen size quilt, you need 2.5 metres or 5 units. If you're doing a king size quilt, you need 6 units, that's 3 metres, and that will be enough to back your king size quilt. One piece, no seams required. Absolutely beautiful. I now have 10 less units than I had a moment ago, 25 metres left. It will sell out. If you want that fabric, you are going to need to be really quick. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Now, next up, we've got Bosal in our form, single-sided. It's that one, Dan, I think. Amazing. Thank you. Now, this is the... thank you, Dan. This is single-sided fusible. We haven't had this in stock for months and months and months. This is my favourite Bosal to use. So Bosal in our form is a thin foam core. So in terms of the thickness, that's your thickness of your foam, okay? Now on one side it is a smooth, it's almost sort of felt-like in feeling. On the other side, you can feel it's slightly, very slightly textured. This is your fusible side. So fabric onto this, wrong side down, iron over the top. Now you want to use minimal heat and minimal time. So probably a 2-spot iron, a medium heat iron. You don't need to use steam. I wouldn't recommend steam. And you want to just press to fuse the layers together. You don't need to go hell for leather. You don't need to blast steam. If you do that, it will appear to bond just like that. And then what you'll find is it lift, because too much heat is bad for these products. You want to use medium heat and just the minimum, and you'll get a beautiful fuse. Now, this is a half metre piece, and I just want to show you, because this is 147 centimetres. So this is a big piece of Bosal. This is probably enough to make 2 shoulder bags, probably 1 laptop bag and a small bag, probably enough to make 1 weekender bag. But this is cut to order. So if you want to buy 2 units, it will come in 1 continuous piece. So if you're making something much larger and you want large pieces or best value, buy yourself a metre. So 2 units, it's £13.99 per single unit. Okay, fusible on one side, non-fusible on the other. And some people want to fuse to the other side as well, and that is just where you would grab something like your 505 basting spray and just spritz the back with it. Okay, that's your Bosal single-sided. Yep. Okay, let's do some templates next. Great. So these are quilted bare. Now, these come on and they're gone. We'll start with circles because everybody needs circles. Am I right? So you get a set. These are absolutely brilliant because they come on a key ring. You actually look, the key ring is a bear. And you know me, I love a bear. I love a bear. These come on like a key ring style bear, okay? And look at all the different sizes. So they start at 3/4 of an inch and they go through, I think in 1/4 inch increments, if I'm not mistaken. Look at the value up to a 3-inch circle. So you get loads of value. You're actually getting 8 different sizes of circle there, and you can draw around these. You can actually cut around these with a small rotary cutter. So you want to use one of the smallest rotary cutters, and you can actually rotary cut around these. £10.99, which means what? They're amazing value. Half the stock's gone. And you also get them in like a zip wallet, but I think most importantly, you've got that key ring. Superb. Absolutely brilliant. Everybody needs those. Now, we've also got hexagons. Again, such a useful shape to have. These are 1/8 of an inch thick plastic, which means you can rotary cut. They are £10.99. And again, just look at that. You've got your key ring. You've got everything on there. And again, look, here's your biggest size. And also what this has got is it's got dots drilled through. So when you're marking this, and obviously they come off of here to use, rotary cut your hexagon, but then use a fabric safe pen, or one of those like blue wash away pens or something like that. Mark the dots. And then you can machine piece your hexagons together. And you literally put 2 hexagons together and sew from dot to dot. Put your next hexagon in and sew from dot to dot. So your Y seams are actually marked out for you. It makes it so easy. Do we have the same picture of them laid out? 8 again. 8 different sizes. That's your hexagons. And then last of all, simple squares. Simple squares. So again, if you don't do a lot of rotary cutting, but you want to do patchwork, especially if you like hand sewing patchwork, these are set up beautifully for hand sewn patchwork. You could machine piece, of course you could, but these have all got those dots. So again, so if you use what we call the running stitch method for patchwork, where you put your patches together and you just sew a small running stitch, you actually do that from dot to dot. You don't need to sew right from the very edge of the squares. You just sew from 1/4 of an inch in. So if you mark a dot, that will actually mark your seam allowance. And that's usually enough. You're just aiming for the next dot. So if you keep it pretty consistent, everything will fit together beautifully. 8 different sizes of squares, and they have a 1/4 inch seam allowance added on. Now, don't forget, today, because it's my birthday weekend and it's a special event, we are doing Shop to Win. That means every single purchase that you make is another ticket, okay, in the Shop to Win prize draw. At the end of today, we'll do a prize draw, and somebody will win £250 worth of sewing goodies. We'll announce the winners on Monday, okay? £250 worth of prizes today, and then tomorrow, a whole different set, £250 worth of prizes tomorrow, and basically tomorrow, anything you buy tomorrow goes in that Shop to Win. So, every reason to shop with us today. Right, okay, let's talk mini iron. This is the Tula Pink Aliso mini iron. Now, I heard something, actually, I was watching the other day, and this had its first ever price reduction on it. This is the Aliso mini iron. We have. We've done it. We've matched that price, $79.99. You get the silicone mat that clips on. You can also, once this is clipped on, you can hang your iron up on this as well. All the amazing technology that you would expect from Eliso, but in a mini iron this time. It's absolutely incredible. You can have blast of steam at the tip. You can have blast of steam at the heel. You can have a full plate blast of steam. So you have these little buttons at the side. This puts out steam just at the tip. This puts out steam at the heel. And if you press both simultaneously, you get a full blast. You can also use this vertically and get a blast of steam if you're doing something like refreshing curtains or clothing. You've also got 3 different levels of heat, 1 spot, 2 spot, or 3 spot. 3 spot is for your cotton, 2 for your blends, 1 for things like synthetics, okay? So you really can iron everything. Also, really clever on this, you have a light, okay? So when this plugs in, you have a light that shines, which means you can see where you're going, even if the lighting's not brilliant. And Eliso irons distribute the heat across the sole plate in a way like no other iron. Now, let's do a price comparison, because these are available elsewhere. Of course they are. Oh, hello, £95? I don't think so. Let's not pay £95. In fact, let's not even pay our usual £89.99. Let's pay £10 less. That is matching our lowest price, and that also actually matches Amazon. That matches Amazon. We've gone lower than Amazon. Oh, so £89.99 is Amazon's price. We are £10 less. Ha! Take that. Take that. Absolutely, and it is a beautiful, beautiful iron too. Ergonomic, feels beautiful in your hand, just stunning. There it is. Now, our early bird this morning would go rather nicely with the Eliso mini iron. It was the Millwood wool pressing mat. Now, this is the larger size. This is 11.5 inches by 16.5 inches. Absolutely ideal if you're doing your patchwork and quilting and you want to iron your blocks or your units. Should be £24.99. Today, we've taken this under £20. £19.99 for the wool pressing mat. This is from Millwood. Absolutely gorgeous quality and really sturdy. I mean, obviously, take the plastic off before you start ironing. I've just kept the plastic on to keep this one pristine. But use both sides. So get into the habit of turning your pressing mat so that you get best use out of all of it, okay? Absolutely gorgeous. And very portable. Very portable. Okay, next up, Reynolds freezer paper. Now, you'll get a full roll. This is our working roll that we use. I couldn't quilt without freezer paper. I'm going to tell you so many uses for freezer paper. So in America, you can get this in the supermarkets, and it's used for wrapping meat to put in the freezer, basically. It's also really good for wrapping things like cheese. It's basically a cartridge paper that has a food-safe wax on one side. You can see that slightly shiny finish. Now, that slightly shiny, waxy finish will temporarily adhere to fabrics with the heat of an iron. So you use a heated, dry iron, so no steam, and you iron this. So, for example, if you were making dolls' clothes or regular-sized clothes, trace out the shape of the body, the pattern piece, and then rather than pattern weights or pinning it to your fabric, literally put that paper pattern onto your fabric and iron it in place. Then you can cut around the edge and then peel the paper off. It doesn't leave any residue whatsoever, and that wax will continue to stick with the heat of an iron about 6 to 8 times on fabric. So if you're creating a number of one item, or you need to use the same template lots of times, it's a brilliant way. No marking, no tracing, and of course it doesn't move or wiggle. Now you can also use this for quilting motifs. So when you're quilting, if you wanted to quilt stars or hearts or even just a straight line on your quilt, cut it out of freezer paper, iron it to your quilt sandwich, and then stitch around or along the edge of the paper. Peel the paper back, stick it down somewhere else, iron it in place, and then continue to quilt. You can also use this for turned edge applique. So whether you needle turn or machine. So if you're needle turning, what you would do is you cut the finished size. Let's say it was a heart. You cut the finished size of heart out of freezer paper, and you can either iron this to the wrong side of your fabric, cut your fabric out, adding your turn under allowance, put it on your fabric, needle turn the fabric. You've got a paper edge now to needle turn it under, stitch it down all the way round, and then slit the back of your fabric and remove the paper. Or you can do freezer paper on top. So you iron this to the right side of your fabric, cut out with your seam allowance, then pin that to the top fabric. Then you will needle turn to the paper edge. Needle turn all the way around, and then just peel the paper off the top. If you're doing turn and starch and press applique, you would iron this to the wrong side of your fabric, cut your fabric out, adding your seam allowance, and then use the tip of your iron to turn the seam allowance onto the paper and iron it in place, applique it down by hand or machine, and then remove the paper as before. It's such a versatile product. It really is brilliant. $7.49. Let's do some price comparisons. Every quilter, every dressmaker needs this. So if we go to Dunelm's website, freezer paper, Reynolds freezer paper, £10 a reel. £10 a reel. Remember our price, £7.49. So £2.51 cheaper on the Sewing Street website. Dunelm £10, we're £7.49. Let's go to this is Hobbycraft. Hobbycraft, £11. We're now £3.51 cheaper than Hobby. Same amount on the roll, same brand, same everything. £7.49. We're already £2.51 or £3.51 cheaper, but it's my birthday, and this is one of my 5 hero products. So we're going to do a special. You're going to save £1, £6.49. That means we're now £4.51 cheaper than Hobbycraft, £3.51 cheaper than Dunelm, and £1 cheaper than us yesterday or tomorrow. So grab yours now. It's an absolutely brilliant product, a genius product, a hero product. Absolutely love it. Really worth trying. Also, you can practice drawing your quilting on this, because it's a good drawing paper as well, actually. It's a continuous roll of paper. All right, continuous roll. So you can just use this for drawing on, or for protecting your table if, say, you're doing a lot of tracing or something like that. You get a huge amount. You get 12 metres on the roll, and it has a metal tearing strip along one side, like a serrated edge. Yeah, lots of you coming in for this. Remember, our normal price is significantly more affordable. It's a very competitive price. If you went to Dunelm, you would pay £10 a roll. Our regular price, £7.49. If you went to Hobbycraft stores, you would pay £11 a roll. We're already significantly more affordable than either of those two stores at £7.49, but we've just dropped £1 off the price because it's one of my 5 hero products, £6.49. That is cheaper than the first roll I ever bought, which was about 25 years ago. It was £6.50, 30 years ago. Things only really go up. This is a penny cheaper than I paid 30 years ago. So there we go. Grab yours now. Absolutely brilliant value. There we go. Some things have gone down in price, I suppose. Pineapples, apparently. Don't ask. Don't ask. Right, I'm in the mood for doing something a little bit special. This is, I'm going to do you a very special price on this. So this is gorgeous, really cute knitting pin case. It's called Soft Hoot. I think it might just be called Hoot. Should be $7.99, $3.99 today. This could be for your knitting needles, your crochet hooks, your double-pointed needles. This could actually be for scissors, seam marking guides, box of pins, you know, embroidery snips, thread snips. You're getting it for half price, $3.99. It's a very special price. I don't have many. We started out with less than 54. And 54 is quite a low number, isn't it? Let's be honest. 54 is a low number. You're getting that knitting needle bag for $3.99. It's better than half price. Now, Laura says, hi, happy birthday, Stuart. Can you use the freezer paper to create the design for quilting and stitch through it? You can, Laura, you can. The only thing with freezer paper is it's quite a thick paper, it's quite durable. Now, if you were to, some people do foundation paper piecing through freezer paper, because with a short stitch length, see, as you're pressing your fabric, it sticks to the freezer paper if you put your pretty fabric on the wax side. But because you're using a short stitch length, you can then tear the paper quite easily. If you were to use that stitch length for quilting, the paper would tear away, but I don't think the quilting would look so nice at a very short stitch length on your quilt. It would be your call, but I would say I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I know what you mean. I use it to actually stitch next to the edge. As a guide, yeah. But where normally you'd have to mark that star on with a pen, and then you've got to remove the pen, you just iron the star paper, stitch around it, and then peel the paper off, and there's no marking. Hi, Stuart, says Lynn in Oxfordshire. Freezer paper is great for stabilising felt to cut out shapes as well. Brilliant tip, brilliant tip. And also as well, if you're doing something like writing a quilt label using a fabric safe, maybe a Pigma pen, iron freezer paper to the wrong side of the fabric, you can write to your heart's content, the fabric stays completely stable, and then peel the paper off. You can also draw lines or print lines, or even print on freezer paper and then trace that design onto fabric, or have the lines and then your writing is in nice straight lines. There's loads of different ways that you can do it. Oh, who was that, sorry? Pauline from Merseyside. Thank you, Pauline. She just emailed in to say you could put it through your printer. Spot on, absolutely right. And thank you for the birthday wishes, Pauline. My love, thank you. This is about to sell out. Soft hoot. Is that like a hoot? Hoot. Just very soft. Let's do the quilt pattern. Yes. Okay, lovely. Oh, yes. Right, so I launched a brand new quilt today. It's called Sierra Nevada. Brand new launch today. Now, I do need to let you know that the kit has completely sold out. Well done if you got that. And also hundreds of you have managed to get the pattern. If you want to get hold of the pattern, now there's over 80 of you with this in your baskets. Thank you, Dan. And let me show you, if you've just joined us, let me show you the pattern. So it's a brand new quilt that's launching today. It's called Sierra Nevada. Now, I was inspired by kind of Navajo style woven rugs. I love the geometry, I love the style, I love the shape. And of course it translates into patchwork beautifully to create kind of a warm, rich, non-gendered quilt, so really suitable for home decor to use throughout. Now, what I've done here with this pattern, it's 53.5 inches wide by 71 inches deep. Okay, so a good size, but completely doable on your domestic sewing machine. And it's made in rows. So there are 4 different rows. You've got the Desert Fortress, which is this sort of castellated row here throughout that borders your design and kind of frames each row. Then you've got your Nazca blocks. These are these bordered squares on points. You've got rectangular ones and square ones. You make 2 rows of those. Then you make the Desert Blooms. These are these blocks here, very kind of Sierra Nevada, very, you know, kind of south of the border. And then you've got this central, almost like bricks, which I've called adobe after the traditional building material that's used to build houses. Now that could be a table runner. Quick, easy, gorgeous table runner. These could be made into cushions. You could create a whole quilt just out of these and these, done in vertical or horizontal rows. So you can use the pattern in lots of ways. Now this is a confident or committed beginner level, because you are only using squares, strips, rectangles, half square triangles, basic level piecing. Genuinely basic level piecing. There is no foundation paper piecing. There are no tricky Y seams. There are no templates. This is simple, rotary cut, good old basic patchwork. Hopefully what I've done is turned very simple units into a quilt that looks complicated, but isn't complicated at all. Now, working through the pattern, you don't have to do it in the order that I've written it. Read the pattern and do it your way. I've put top tips throughout to help. What if my row is a bit short? What if my block is a bit big? What do I do? And I've given you tips throughout for how you can be successful throughout. Lots of the blocks are actually trimmed to size. Now, you've also got 2 colouring sheets. Now, you could colour one and keep one black and white, but personally, I'd prefer you to photocopy this. Lots of times, colour it in lots of different ways, and please, please, have a go at using your own colourways for this quilt as well. You may not just make this quilt once, you may make this again and again. I think this quilt, I want to make this quilt now in black and jewel bright tones, solids again, but jewel bright, kind of amethyst, ruby, topaz, emerald, beautiful bright jewel colours with a black background, probably black and silver grey background, and see how that comes out. I think that would be beautiful. It would also be really amazing done in a single colour like blue, or every shade of purple, lilac, maybe a little bit of pink in there as well. That would look incredible. Jill's messaged in from Cambridgeshire. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. I'm going to make the Sierra Nevada quilt in black and white. Absolutely stunning. Black and white, shades of grey in there maybe. Or if you didn't want to make it in all solids, black and white, Jill, would be amazing to use black and white solid, and then maybe use things like a black and white polka dot, maybe a fine stripe, or tonal prints in black and white. Amazing. Please send pictures. Please send pictures. Now, I want to just mention, this is a fabric range that I'm going to show you tomorrow. Now, 8 o'clock tomorrow, it was going to be £10 bundles, but we've got something much more exciting. I'm going to just quickly go through. Now, we've seen these fabrics are by Seth Apter, and I thought these were only going to be available in quilt kits, but we have got these in bundles. And we've also got them by the half metre, and these are going to be tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Now, I'm already going wild for this one, for all of them, frankly. I think these would actually work incredibly well for Sierra Nevada. I would mix these, and I would mix them with similar kind of rich, muted tones of solids. I think you do want some solids or some tone on tones maybe something like dreams or bumbleberries or something like that, just to create definition. But these fabrics would look amazing in Sierra Nevada. Quick funny story, bumbleberry actually comes from one of the owners of Lewis and Irene. When she was pregnant with her son, she referred to her bump as bumbleberry. She called the baby, you know, growing there, bumbleberry. And after he was born, they developed the fabric range and said, we need to come up with a name. And everyone said, bumbleberry. So that's where the name actually comes from. It's cute, isn't it? It's cute. So these Seth Apter fabrics, not available today. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow, but I wanted to give you the heads up because we have changed that hour to something much more exciting than £10 bundles. This is a brand new launch. This is so me. I think this is so Sierra Nevada. And also, as well, write your own story, live out loud. Love it. Love it. Absolutely gorgeous. It's a bit of me, this. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Or I'll just pop that all in my car and just have that. Now, talking of gorgeous fabric, this is fabric I have got in this hour. And this is Ruby Star Society. This is a 10-inch stacker. I've only got 3 of these left. And I'm going to give you a quick flash of these. These are called Warp and Weft. Should be $59.99. When I show you the price, these are going to fly, so be quick. $29.99. $29.99. These are like shot cottons, woven plaids. If you completely fell in love with Cotton Fairies first hour and you're excited about the applique hour, which is coming up at 12, can you imagine appliquing with these shot cottons and woven plaids and stripes? Catherine's in the room. Catherine, can I get your honest opinion? Appliquing?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
we could do that. We could do that. These would mix so well with decay facets as well, wouldn't they? Absolutely beautiful. Just gorgeous, almost like jacquard weaves, textures, prints, maybe dolls' clothes, shoes, patchwork jacket. Now, if you've got my book, Quilts from the Country, that gorgeous Haori jacket in there, what about making a patchwork version? I've got 1 left. We cannot get these again. This is about to sell out. About to sell out. Last one available. Well done if you managed to get yours. Absolutely stunning. We can't get these in. That has now sold out. Well done if you got yours. A few of those would go in nicely with Sierra Nevada, would they not? Right. Yes, Cherry Blossom Best Press. Now, this is the one I have at home. So I have my sewing studio, and then I also do a little bit of stuff at home. I have the Cherry Blossom at home. This is Best Press. This is the 499 milliliter bottle. So you get your pump action spray. The bottle's refillable, so don't throw the bottle away. You can get refills for these. Well worth getting and refilling. $11.99. It's a fantastic price. I am going to do a direct comparison with our flatter because that's $13.99. And milliliter-wise, what do you get in the flatter? I just want to compare the two. 248, so double quantity for £2 less. Flatter is a brilliant price. Flatter is a brilliant product. I love it. But I just want to do a direct comparison. Today, we've got this. We won't have this for very long. I've only got 20 of these bottles left. But you're getting double the amount and it's £2 cheaper, $11.99 for a 499 milliliter bottle. And this is your spray starch alternative. It's cherry blossom fragrance. It's a light, gentle, floral fragrance. It's lovely. You can also use this on clothes, of course. And the other thing I do is I like to just spritz things like pillows with this, just to freshen them. Really lovely. Close to selling out. If you want to get your best press, Cherry Blossom, last few chances now. That is absolutely gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Love it. Love it. Just move me into... Right. Woodland Babe. Is it Woodland Babe? Oh, Woodland Babes. All right, babes. All right, babes. This is Woodland Babes. Oh, these are super cute. Now, I would use these as the centre of Dresden plate blocks. I would cut a circle slightly bigger out of interfacing, draw my actual marked circle, right sides together, sew around, cut the interfacing and turn it right side through. You could then applique the circle onto a background and just have it as it is, or you could have your Dresden plate all around the outside edge. This could be the centre circle. You've got your little fawn, you've got your hedgehog, rabbit, foxy, squirrel, little grey squirrel. You've got your slightly older roe deer. You've got your red squirrel, and you've got your little grey bunny rabbit. Also love this at the bottom. If you made it into a cushion, I would use this bit for the envelope back and just stitch that to plain fabric, and that would be your little envelope back. But really, really beautiful. You get those 8 different images. Now, my top tip for this one actually would be to multi-buy this, because that would then give you 16 blocks, which is a nice 4x4 arrangement. Or you could do a 3x4 12 block, and then you've got 4 leftovers that you could make perhaps into cushions, and you could have a lovely little nursery set out of that. That is really, really cute. If you make and sell, again, these could be on cushions, they could be on bags, and I would applique them. If you don't want to do the turn through method, you could put a square of Bondeweb on the back, then cut out your circle, just mark it with a plate or a saucer, cut it out, fuse it down, and then blanket stitch around the outside edge. And you could perhaps do that on top of something like this lovely sage green background would be super, or this kind of gingery coloured background, a copper. Just make a lovely cushion. 8 cushions for £8.49, amazing. Debbie is having some issues. Oh, my love. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you for thinking of me. She says, hope you have a fab day. I've just got my electric and water back on, so I'm making the most of TV this morning. Still no landline, though. That's Debbie. Oh, Debbie, I'm sorry for that. That's a horrible, horrible thing to do without. You suddenly realise, it's like if your washing machine breaks down, you suddenly realise how stuck you are without these things. I'm glad you've got your electric and water back on. Fill your boots with Sewing Street this morning, and don't forget, every single purchase you make today, you get another entry into our prize draw to win £250 worth of prizes. Tony from Wiltshire, thank you for your message. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Great show as always. Enjoy London next week. Love from Tony. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Well, it's going to be cocktails and lunch, catching up with an old friend, a bit of shopping, of course, and I will now be going to Liberty. I wasn't planning on it, but I will now be going to Liberty on Catherine's recommendation. The only thing with Liberty is it always makes me cry, the cost of the fabric. It's a bit eye-watering, isn't it, Catherine? It is, but it's special. It's special. But it is just a lovely building to go into as well. Right, that is our gorgeous Woodland Babes. Woodland Babes. All right, babes? All right, babes? Right. Yes. Now then, grab this. Grab this. You've got 4 100-metre reels of white thread, Gutermann, and 3 100-metre reels of black. Now, this is fabulous value because each individual reel, normal retail price around £2.49. Even if we say each reel is £2, which is not what it is at all. These are £1.85 a reel, and 4 white, and it's a kind of just an off-white, like a creamy white, not a real kind of sparkling white. A bit more useful, that colour. And then 3 black. Absolutely brilliant value. And this is the Sew All thread, which is my go-to. £12.99 for those. Right then, what is next? Oh, now, lovely colours. This is gorgeous, actually. This is sort of like a gift set. I'm going to open this up. May not be able to. Now, this should be £23.99, but we're going to do a little price, a little special price on this. So you get 10 reels of thread and a cartridge pencil for £19.99. That's brilliant value. So that's less than £2 a reel of thread. And look at the gorgeous colours that you get. So you get that beautiful ivory. There's a beautiful sort of daffodil yellow. Oh, coming in close. Thank goodness I had a manicure. Not. There we go. So you've got your beautiful ivory, daffodil yellow. You've got that soft coral pink, that vibrant coral. You've got eggplant, aubergine, deep navy, sky blue, chartreuse, jade, and, of course, ever useful jet black. And you've got that gorgeous Prim cartridge pencil. It's a beautiful quality. What a lovely set. Now that I would use any day of the week, but equally that would be a very, very giftable item, wouldn't it? Pop it in the gift drawer. Have you got a gift drawer? I've got a gift drawer. I tell you, it's the rites of passage. I think you get to about 30, 32, and suddenly you have a gift drawer, and you also have a box that's filled with cards for every occasion. You mature into it. Trust me. Trust me. Have you got a box with cards for every occasion, Catherine? Me too. And literally for everything. New home, I've got it. New baby, I've got it. Birthday, yes. Oh, no, I can't. This is the thing, Hannah. If you have the box, I have this lovely, like, decorative box. They just, as soon as I buy them, they go in the box. I just go to the box and I leaf through. It's all about having the box. Trust me. Trust me. I'm covered in bits. I have arrived. I'm in my comfort zone now. Right, anything else? No. No. We're just going to mention Sierra Nevada. This is the only way to get involved now. We do not have the kit. That is completely sold out. But you can still get the pattern. Now, about 100 of you with this in your basket. Do check out. You've got your pattern for your quilt. Now, this quilt is 53.5 inches by 71 inches. So completely doable on a domestic sewing machine from start to finish. Okay. It's sewn in rows, which makes it easy and achievable, bite-sized, okay, not overwhelming at all. Your piecing level is beginner. You're using strips, squares, rectangles, half square triangles, that's all. There's no Y seams, no templates, no foundation paper piecing. I've kept it really simple, really achievable. The whole pattern is full of top tips for making sure everything is the right size. And if yours isn't the right size, I give you top tips for making it, fudging it to be the right size. Easy tips that will not compromise the finished quilt. You've also got colouring sheets. Photocopy these, enlarge these. Even if you're not ready to make the quilt, colour it. Try out different colour schemes. You get more colour confidence by doing, you know. And sometimes you don't want to have to make the quilt to try out the colour scheme. Just colour in. See how it looks. It's restful. It's mindful. And then, of course, a few nice pictures on the back just to hopefully inspire you and get you started. And please send me pictures, won't you? Now, in terms of your fabric requirements, I've kept that pretty loose and open. You want 1.5 meters of your light neutral. I've used vanilla. It could be cream, it could be white, it could be silver grey. And then you also need 1.5 meters of a dark contrast or background. I've used navy, okay? And then I've used 13 extra half meters of fabric for all my colours. Now, you don't need as many as 13. You could put 20. They could be scraps, okay? They don't all have to be solids. You could use tone-on-tones. What about batiks? What about pin dots, polka dots? What about gorgeous K-facet prints interspersed with more tonals, with batiks, with solids? What about the Seth Apter fabrics that I've got to show you tomorrow, maybe mixed with solids or batiks or small prints? Mix and match, experiment, and of course you can use the individual elements to create cushions, runners or quilts of your own. Keep me posted with your own versions of these. Now, Hannah is having a look and seeing if we could get any more kit bundles for tomorrow. I think the basic answer is no. If she can, we might have 4 or 5 bundles. What we will do with that, if we can do any bundles, I think the fairest thing to do is that they won't be on pre-order, that we'll bring them in and we'll say they're on now. So basically it'll be kind of fast. Hopefully in the future, I'm sure in the future we'll restock, but it could take us a few weeks because I think basically I've maxed out the company on some of these colours. Apologies, but deep down, I'm not sorry at all. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's a full hour of gorgeous applique with the fabulous Catherine Ross from Cotton Fairy. See you after this. Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm so excited to be sharing my birthday with everyone at Sewing Street this year. We're going to be celebrating on the 1st and 2nd of February with a really special weekend of guests and projects. Lynn Goldsworth is going to be joining me. I'm going to be doing this fabulous William Morris quilt that's hanging behind me. I'm also going to be launching a brand new quilt pattern called Sierra Nevada. If you loved my New Mexico quilt, you are going to fall in love all over again with Sierra Nevada. I'm also going to be launching the brand new fabric range from Tilda. It's called Sunday Brunch, so of course we'll have mimosas and a whole load of gorgeous projects to inspire you. I do hope you'll find time to help celebrate my birthday here at Sewing Street on the 1st and 2nd of February. See you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that. Nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body. You think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile. And that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
So this is the really long needles that you use for your blankets and your big jumpers.
Your big blankets.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now, it wouldn't be a birthday party without a tea party, Catherine. Right?
Yeah.
So you have brought the cupcakes, the strawberries, the sponge cake, and of course, most importantly, if you know anything about me, the tea. I'm fueled by tea, Catherine.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Literally runs through my veins. You too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I do love an Earl Grey.
Earl Grey is my favourite.
Or have you tried the Lady Grey?
I love Lady Grey.
Oh,
yeah,
gorgeous.
Really lovely. I love it.
Anyway, enough of all that. Have a look at this fabulous quilt. Now, this is utterly, utterly beautiful. This is the Fairy Tea Party.
Tea Party quilt.
This is gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, the Tea Party. Where have I got fairy from?
I don't know.
Oh, because it's cotton fairy.
Yeah, yeah,
I've been calling it the Fairy Tea Party.
It's fine, you can call it what you like.
Sorry. This is the Tea Party quilt. So these are the instructions, okay? So this is the most amazing opportunity, Catherine, for people to use their scraps.
Absolutely. Every tiny little scrap I keep. Every single little thing.
Yeah.
I have little boxes for the tiny things. So tiny, tiny things like the little, the cherry tops or, you know,
butterfly
these.
wings.
Everything. Yeah, you can use the tiniest little scraps on them. It's great.
Yeah. And I piece tiny bits together
Yes,
if they're not
yeah.
big enough. I'm not throwing anything away. Imagine the quilts you could make. Absolutely beautiful. Now, in the pattern, you get full instructions for how to do your applique. You get full guide, how to use your different sizes of fabric to cut out. This is done showing all the different fabrics that Catherine used in her original. You've got the placement of your sort of key ingredients, if you like, that help to space everything out, how to build everything up. You've got your full-size templates. I mean, how useful are these appliques? Not just for this quilt, but for so many others, for bags, for cushions, for wall hangings. There's just 100 different quilts you could make using these. I love the fact that there's a mouse in the teacup.
It's a little bit Alice in Wonderland.
It's got a little element of that. You've got the bird as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And then also how to finish everything. Gosh, this is extensive instructions.
It is. It was my first quilt pattern I made. And yeah, it is very extensive instructions. I perhaps now have sort of slightly honed down, but it's actually quite good if it's your first quilt.
Well, yeah, it's a real hand to hold, isn't it, throughout? It's gorgeous. You can see there the single bed size quilt. 55 inches by 87 inches. Can I just check, Catherine, the template full size or do I need to enlarge?
No, they're full size templates.
Amazing, amazing. I'll just show you. And there's loads as well. But of course you could enlarge, you could reduce.
You could,
big
absolutely.
cake plate.
No, everything is there. But you absolutely, you can make them smaller or bigger. But you can also use them separately. So I've always thought this little strawberry bowl would make a nice little motif on a cushion or a bag or something like that. Or just the cake plate, something like that would be good.
Completely.
Yeah.
Well, the mice as well. I mean, you could really go to town with the bowl of strawberries and a couple of mice stealing a strawberry
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
two, couldn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Have so much fun. You know, there's a ladybird, there's a bird, there's butterflies as well. I mean, those individual elements in themselves, you could use them in so many different ways. It's just an absolutely brilliant pattern. Now, this pattern shows you how to make a rectangular single bed size quilt, but you've used it in other ways as well.
Yeah, I've used it.
We'll show
Yeah.
that.
Get that one underneath.
So, Catherine, tell us how you made this.
So this one, I used Stuart's picnic quilt from his Bags for Life, and I've taken all the motifs out of it and then just put it onto a circle. So they're exactly the same size as the ones on there, exactly the same ones, but I've just kind of changed it to a circle, just to kind of show you that you don't have to stick to your rectangular pattern. You can actually then make it into something else completely different.
Yeah, really different. So
Yeah.
this is like a picnic blanket, but you can see around the edge there's a channel with a rope that goes around that pulls the whole quilt up into a bag, and then there are rucksack straps on the back, so you can actually wear the bag on your back to and from the picnic.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you so much for using my pattern like that. I think
Well,
it's
I thought it
genius.
was a really, really nice thing to do, and it's a kind of, it would be lovely, wouldn't it, to have a picnic on that?
Completely. Can we do it sometime?
Yeah.
In the summer. In the summer. We'll go to Earlham Park.
Absolutely.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
If you want Bags for Life, it's an absolute bargain price at $12.99 at 21 bag patterns. And the actual tagline is 21 projects to make, customise and love forever. The intention was that makers would customise the bags, and that is exactly what Catherine's done, and then some.
Yeah. It's so fun making it. It's a really nice thing to make.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And the good thing about it is you're just using tiny bits of fabric.
Yeah.
So they're offcuts of all kinds of things, and so it's great.
Brilliant. So the applique templates for the Tea Party quilt are in your side graphics, £15. Now you get full instructions to make a rectangular quilt. You get all your full-sized, excuse me, you get all your full-size templates to do that quilt. But as you can see here, Catherine's used exactly those templates to add to a circular playmat or picnic quilt. These could go on a bag, they could go on a cushion. So many different ways to use them. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Now, if you're going through for this, I've got 6 left. Yeah, I've got 6 left. You're going to have to be quick. All right, be quick. Catherine's first show, we actually had to stop early because we'd sold out of everything. Please don't make me sing for you at the end. No one wants that. Nobody wants that. Catherine just said no. You've never heard me sing, Catherine. You don't know. I could have a lovely voice. Right. Let's do transportation.
Transportation is here.
Right. So what you've got here is you've got the transport playmat pattern and applique template. So let's go through.
Okay.
Can you name your modes of transport? What have we got, Catherine?
Well, we've got the old red decker bus, double decker bus.
Gorgeous.
I don't know, delivery lorry.
Yep.
That's based on my Beetle I used to have my first car.
Love that.
And then 2 other little cars.
Yes.
Tractor.
Tractor is very important.
Absolutely very important. A boat. I think that's supposed to be like a, I don't know.
Like a dumper truck.
Like a dumper truck, yeah.
Yeah.
A tugboat.
Gorgeous.
Van, white van man.
Yep.
And it's a green van. Aeroplane.
Of course.
Helicopter. A modern train. And a old-fashioned
Choo-choo train.
Well,
I'll say it.
Well, I actually thought, I did originally, in my original one, had just the choo-choo train, but I just thought, no, this needs updating. So
Let's be all modern.
let's be modern, and I made an up-to-date train. So you've got, but
So you've got all those appliques, okay, amazing. I would very happily pay $12.99 just to have all of those applique templates, but you've actually got the quilt pattern to make the playmat. Now I'm going to grab that because I think this is a really, really sublime bit of designing this, because often the issue transportation comes in many forms. You've managed to encapsulate this with water, rail, road and sky. That is amazing.
Yeah. But obviously you can also use them for all sorts of other things as well. You don't have to make it around, you can make it whatever you like. But
but making that for the grandchildren or your niece and nephew or whoever.
Well, like I made one for my nephew years ago and he loved it. He absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
So.
Just brilliant, you know.
Yeah.
Just absolutely lovely. Yeah. And again, a chance to use up your scraps.
Totally. You don't need very big bits of fabric at all. You can see I've mixed and matched lots of spots and, you know, a flowery and any sort of fabric. It's the colour really you want to think about.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what pattern it is, it's just the colouring
It's
thing.
so much fun. Joan from Merseyside's got in touch. She says, I've got mine. I love everything. Thank you. Thank you, Joan. It's gorgeous. It's just great. And as well, of course, you know, there's so much learning that goes on from this kind of active, imaginative play, isn't there?
Absolutely.
You're an ex-teacher, I'm an ex-teacher.
Yeah.
You know.
It's children get a lot of fun out of it. The ones I've made, I usually make birth quilts. The children keep them for years and years and love them. Absolutely love them.
And although, Catherine, you know, there is a lot to be gained from tablets and computers and all that kind of thing, let's put them down. Let's do a bit of imaginative play.
Yeah, no, I think so. And it's a very personal thing. Obviously, you can add names in here as well.
Yeah, you could.
You could put a name, you could put dates of birth and all sorts of things like that as well. Add that to it, and then it's really personal.
Yeah, it's
and
fantastic.
it becomes like a heritage.
Well, I think we have got a applique pattern from you, which is letters, alphabets. And so actually, if you get the alphabet as well, you could personalise it. You could put the name on the railroad or on the sky, however you want to do it. Personalised.
Yeah, that's what I usually do them with the birth date. And sometimes I do it with the time they were born as well.
I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Love
so
that,
it's complete personalising.
Children always want to know, don't they?
Exactly, yeah.
Tell me about the day I was born.
Yeah.
Patricia Pat from Lincolnshire says, I've got mine. My great-grandchildren will love this. It's just gorgeous.
Good.
Yeah. It's fab. And also, what a lot of fun to make as well. If you're somebody who normally makes like patchwork quilts and things like that and blocks, what a lot of fun. Or dressmaking. Because the thing is, applique actually is much more beginner-friendly than piecing.
I think it is, yes. It's a very easy thing to get into.
Yeah.
And you can just keep all your little dressmaking scraps and things and just...
You really can.
Yeah.
Collector in Cambridgeshire says, morning both. If I was cut up by someone in a Kaffe white van, I may not swear at him so much. Love these. Yes, or her. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I would like to see a few Kaffe vans on the road.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I think so. It'd be a better world.
It would be a much better world, yeah.
Christine says, can't wait to make the tea party small quilt. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. I think this. Did you see as well the Liberty Mouse? Can we just... This is absolutely gorgeous. It's a Liberty Mouse. Which, again, I would not want to leave my house.
Well, it's actually... I keep, when I've made clothes and I've kept them and they're a little bit worn out, I cut the fabric up and I keep every single bit of Liberty's fabric. So some of this Liberty's fabric is really quite old.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's like 25 years old. More.
Oh, 25 isn't really old. 54 isn't really old. These are lovely. I love the fabrics you've used for the china.
Yes, I got those. They're Liberty's fabrics, which I got a whole load from my friend.
Are they a bit vintage?
I don't know, because these ones, which looks like a chinoise thing. Now, I have a friend who designed something for Liberty's, and they gave her loads of fabric, but she doesn't sew, so she gave it to me.
Oh, gorgeous. I want friends like that. Very well done. If you want to get your Cotton Fairy Tea Party applique quilt pattern, it's £15. Details are on screen. I've got to let you know now, I have got 11 patterns left. That's all. Very, very few left. If you want to get that, grab it. Now, next up, we're going to do the animals. I want to show you a sample, first of all. I mean, just look at that. So buy a plain T-shirt.
Yep.
Grab your scraps and applique. a character. That is gorgeous.
So I use the stitch and tear.
You tell us about how you do it, actually, because some Bonder web on the back of the fabric.
Obviously, the Bonder web on the back of the fabric, but then a piece of stitch and tear underneath between the two things.
Yep.
Because it obviously stops, if it's T-shirt fabric, it's slightly, it'll stop it stretching, and it stabilises the whole thing, and then stitch round it, tear it off, and then you'll get a nice flat applique. Otherwise, you can tend to get it a bit wobbly.
Yeah, especially if you're going to do that satin stitch around the edge. If you're a machine embroiderer, you probably already got some stitch and tear.
Yeah.
If you haven't, we've got rolls of stitch and tear. Really, really useful, and packets of stitch and tear as well. It's really good stuff.
It's a really useful thing to
You
have.
literally tear it away at the end, don't you?
Yeah.
And now that I would use, if I was doing applique with satin stitch, I would use this on cotton fabric as well.
You can do, if it's not very stable fabric, it's very thin, so it will give it a nice, complete, flat finish.
Yeah,
to it.
yeah. What a brilliant way of customising a T-shirt, though.
There's a similar one here, little tiny one.
Oh, making me plucky now.
Yeah, so that one is the same thing, but just on a little tiny baby grow.
That's really cute. Really cute.
That's from the animal pack too.
Beautiful, beautiful. We'll grab the animal pack, actually, and let's go through the animals. Let's name those animals, Catherine.
Right, on there.
It's a brill. Now, I noticed straight away, so we're sheep farmers, the ewe and the lamb.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I said earlier on, can you imagine doing a Liberty lamb quilt?
Well, you just said that to me, and I thought, gosh, that'd be really nice. I'd like to do that.
Can we do that?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
You imagine all your scraps. I mean, a 5-inch charm square would be enough to do the lamb,
totally
wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Imagine that. So much fun. So what do we have then, animal-wise?
So we've got a mother duck and a duckling.
Gorgeous.
We've got 2 cats, a little curled-up cat and a walking cat.
Love it.
2 rabbits, big rabbit, little rabbit.
Yep.
2 sorts of mice. 3 sorts of dogs.
Beautiful.
Because I like the shapes of dogs, and they've got 3 in there in the end. An elephant, and 2 fish, and a ladybird.
Beautiful.
So you can put those on anything. So I've done this one as well.
Oh, let's have a look at this.
This was just a tester, so it's not really a kind of a quilt, but you can do this.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Yeah, so I've used the number one I've got
on
the template, and so I've just done 1 animal, 2 cats. Yeah, they are 3 sheep.
3 sheep.
And they are actually all liberties,
they
those
are.
ones. Yeah, those ones.
4 dogs.
4 dogs, 5 fish.
5 fishes.
6 rabbits.
Now 6 rabbits, of course, lots of rabbits.
Lots of rabbits. 7 ducks.
That's about right too.
Yeah, and then 8 mice.
One of our ducks, Catherine, just disappeared, and we thought a fox had got her. She just disappeared, and we didn't see her for a couple of weeks. And then we saw her sneaking out from under a hedgerow, and then about 2 weeks later, she disappeared again. Then 2 weeks later, she reappeared with 9 ducklings, and she sort of waddled in
sweet.
"Look at this, everybody!" And there they were behind her.
Oh, that's really sweet.
So that is a gorgeous idea. Can you imagine making this for the grandchildren or your kids? Using your scraps?
Yeah, or you could also, I'm thinking about making it into like a soft book.
Oh, yeah.
That would work really well as well.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice. I love this coppery coloured background. That is
It's
beautiful.
lovely, isn't it? Yeah. It's actually, it's the wrong side of the fabric.
Huh.
It's actually, it's sort of a more matte on the back, but I really like the underside of the fabric. But it's something you don't have to use the fabric as it is.
No, you don't.
No.
No, you don't. That is absolutely brilliant. That pattern will sell out. You can still grab it now if you're quick. Let's do butterflies, because that fits in really well with the animals, because you've got the ladybird. You might like to mix ladybird with butterfly. I mean, the scale of these, there's all sorts of sizes.
There's all sorts of sizes on these, so that you can put them onto all kinds of things. So these are the small and medium-sized ones.
So this is using another of the bags from Bags
this
for
is your
Life,
bag for
isn't it?
life, yeah.
This is
So
the
this
trolley
is your trolley
bag.
bag, which I love, yeah.
Oh, do you? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's really
There's
great.
your big trolley bag. Check that
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, nice big trolley bag. But the butterflies work really nice on a bag.
Yeah,
I
they
think, as
do.
well.
That's
They
amazing.
look really good on the bag.
Great on a cushion.
Yeah, on a cushion as
You
well.
could incorporate them into children's wear
Absolutely,
as well, couldn't
yeah,
you?
yeah. You can put it on the front of a t-shirt, anything
Yeah.
really.
Dungarees.
Yeah, dungarees, all sorts of things.
And as well, don't forget, I really like to use applique sometimes if there's a mistake, a snip in the fabric, or a stain. If you've got a T-shirt that's got a stain on it, applique butterfly.
Yeah, you can also. So I do a applique method where you actually do it onto your stitch and tear.
Oh.
And then you're basically making a motif. So once
Please, will you just quickly describe how you do that? Because I think lots of people would like to know how to do that.
So with your bondwed or thermal iron-on,
Yep.
you're putting your pieces on and satin stitch round just as you would.
So you still fuse them to the interfacing with Bondweb?
Yeah, still fusing them onto there to make it completely stable, and then just tear it off. So what you're ending up with is a motif.
Like a badge?
Like a badge, yeah. And then you can put these on, as you said, if you're repairing a piece of clothing, a pair of jeans, for example, or a jean jacket, or well, anything really. You could even put them on knitwear once you've got them like this. And this then becomes, then you're going to just basically hand sew that onto.
How clever
there you go,
is that?
hand sew it onto there.
Yes. Look, I've been repaired.
So I hand sewed.
Stop it.
That one.
That's brill.
See, because this is a plasticky fabric, you obviously can't iron onto that.
Right.
So that's a good way of putting something onto a plasticky fabric.
Such a clever idea.
Like that, and then just hand sew it on. Just neatly
Such a
hand
clever
sew it on.
idea.
Yeah.
Also, Catherine made these cubes out of Bags for Life as well. They're in
did.
Bags for Life too.
And they're really useful.
You've good, thank you. They look amazing. Your versions look incredible.
Well, this is another. Actually, this is another animal one. Look, here you go. This is a dog.
Oh, look.
But this is on. This is onto felt. So felt onto felt.
Oh yeah, that works really well.
And rather than machine stitching like this satin stitch, I've just bonderwebbed him onto there, and then done a hand stitch, like a little blanket stitch all the way around him.
It's gorgeous.
As well.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So you don't have to have a machine to do applique.
No.
You can
No,
do it
you
all
really
by hand.
As I say, I mean, it's sort of, as I say, I think it's even more beginner friendly than piecing because it's, you know, at its simplest, it's tracing, cutting out, sticking.
Yeah.
And possibly sewing around the edge, but some webs you don't even have to stitch.
You don't have to. I mean, it depends what you're using the thing for. I mean, I put the satin stitch round because then with the quilts you can wash them.
Yeah.
And they last a lifetime.
Yeah.
But you don't. You could actually just literally stick it on.
Yeah.
if you
I mean,
want to
something
start
like
with.
Heat and Bond Ultra, you don't even sew through that, and it'll machine wash.
It'll absolutely stay on.
We're going to do Seaside next. I've got a Seaside sample here. Oh, look at that.
That's all the ones that are on there. That's
That's amazing. Flip-flops, hello. In Australia, they call them thongs.
They do. I don't know why, but
I know.
yeah, that's got all the. You can put again. You can put numerous things you can use for that.
Yeah, deck chair's brilliant. Now, that beach hut, Catherine, you've used to great effect on my beach bag.
Beach bag?
Yeah, my duffel bag from Bags for Life. This is brill.
And this has just using the beach hut one. So they're going all the way round, like that, all the way around. Very, very simple, very simple. Those nice fabrics you were showing earlier on, I was thinking, gosh, they would be really nice.
Wouldn't they? The
those lovely stripy
Ruby
ones.
Star
you had.
Society.
Yeah. And this is great. It's a great pattern as well. It's got PVC lining in it.
Yes.
But it just makes it look. I just thought it was very. It just is very striking with a very simple shape.
I just wish I'd known you when I was writing the book now. Can we do a book together one day?
Yes, definitely.
That's
Definitely
just
should.
beautiful.
Yes.
But what a way to customise and refresh patterns that you've already got, or even articles or garments that you've already got,
Yeah.
with a fresh look.
Yeah, you can absolutely. You can just change it completely and put and it also just changes like your patchwork, the different colours and things, different colourways, completely change something.
Totally.
So you can have a really good play with the stripes and spots and all the
It's
patterns.
so inspiring. These are all the different appliques that you get in the seaside pattern.
Yeah.
So imagine that circular picnic quilt.
Yeah.
Done seaside style.
Absolutely,
You could even have a row of beach huts all the way around in a circle,
wouldn't it?
like on your transport
Yeah, that would be
quilt.
really good, wouldn't it?
So many different ways. It's playtime, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't yet, but I am planning on making a big quilt for this one. I haven't done it
Gorgeous.
yet, but I will do.
Yeah.
And also thinking about this that opens out, so that you've got things inside it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so that's my next
Love
thing I'm
that.
thinking about. Yeah.
You could do a lovely sort of interactive cloth book, couldn't
That's what
you?
I'm thinking. I'm going to make this one bigger and then have the objects inside it. See, so just playing with it.
Oh, I love that. You've got to have like the little crab's claw just peeping out.
yeah,
Because of course children would love to be like screaming, there's a crab in there. Oh no, but I was an infant school teacher and I mean, often you get that in children's books. There's a hint of what's
there's
coming
something,
next.
absolutely.
To get the kids to sort of predict what comes next.
Yeah.
These are brilliant. Absolutely flying out. If you want to get your seaside appliques, you know, the kite alone, imagine a quilt that was all kites in different colours and different fabrics. The beach balls, the buckets, you know, just those things could make a quilt or a cushion or a bag.
Do you know, you're giving me inspiration. I just thought, kites would be amazing, wouldn't they?
So much fun. Yeah. And I mean, there is no scrap too small that you couldn't use
exactly.
for those ribbons.
Yeah. No, you're giving me inspiration, thinking, gosh, that would be good. Yeah. Do that.
So much fun. So much fun. You've got your chroma crabs, of course.
Absolutely. In fact,
Can't live in Norfolk without one of those.
This was inspired by going to Wells on Sea.
Oh, yeah.
Which I love. The beach huts there are so beautiful. That's what it's based on. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I think everyone's got their favourite seaside place. And a bit like Christmas, I think in the summer, that kind of seaside-y thing is universal. Whatever else our tastes may differ, this kind of has a universal
Absolutely,
appeal.
totally.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. That's the seaside. Now, should we do letters? Let's do the alphabet. Oh, now, ooh. Well, now, first of all, we should put the bunting back up because you've done birthday bunting.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Now, excuse me, there is a kit for that, but it's just one way that we can use lettering, isn't it?
It's one way you can use lettering. I mean,
This
I've done this just literally because I wanted to display it on my stand, but you could do this for a nursery all the way round, which would be good. But I use the letters predominantly really for birth quilts.
Yeah.
So there's 2 sizes of letter in the pack.
Oh, fantastic.
So that you can do the smaller or the bigger letters.
Yeah.
I've kept them quite a simple letter shape because otherwise it gets a bit complicated.
You've got to stitch round them at the end of the day.
You've got to stitch round them, yes. I've kept quite... and they are in capital letters.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but that would make a good... It would make a lovely quilt. In fact, this was a quilt once upon a time. I just cut it up.
Oh, seriously?
Only because I couldn't have enough room on you don't need this. You get a stand at a show.
Yeah.
There's never enough room to put everything.
No.
So I made it a long, thin one.
It's brilliant.
But it would make a lovely alphabet quilt as well.
Yeah, it really would.
Yeah.
It really would.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, maybe it's a particular style of fabric that you really love. Maybe you've got a collection of Japanese fabrics, or you've got a collection of black and white fabrics.
Yes.
What a lovely way to show them off.
It would. It would. Yeah. I mean, I obviously like colour, but yeah, you could do them in monochromatic.
Yeah, it's going to suit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Let's have a look at the pattern. Over half the stock's gone already.
Oh, where are we? Oh, here you go. So that's the letter.
Fabulous.
That's that one.
Great. And also I love the fact that you've kept the design nice and simple, because you do have to stitch around.
And it can get quite fiddly.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Ooh!
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not one of our samples. We don't mind. That's always falling down, to be fair. So your upper and lower, the same alphabet, but a larger and a smaller.
Yeah, a larger and a
A
smaller.
larger and a smaller version. All capitals.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And
brilliant.
they are printed round the wrong way
Okay.
because, you know, when you're putting on the fabric, if
Yep.
I take them out, you can see it, you want them round the wrong way because otherwise you'll end up with your letters back to front.
Yes. So you trace those onto the paper side of Bondaweb.
Onto the paper side of the Bondaweb, and where are we? Then you can see, where are you? So they're round the wrong
Yes.
way.
So there's the J going
Yeah.
the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got, that's the smaller size there, and that's the bigger size we've just looked at. You've got little ones as well.
I would actually really like to mix the larger and the smaller sizes of letter in the same
Yes,
banner.
you could actually. Yeah, absolutely.
like that style.
There's no reason why you couldn't. Yeah. But they are very useful, the letters, for all sorts of things, just to put with any of the applique patterns. They're just
Totally
very
agree.
useful.
Well, they come into their own at times like Christmas or birthday celebrations that you can personalise.
You can personalise, yeah.
Of course, you get full instructions as well. It's
Yeah.
not just an alphabet. You get instructions on how to do fusible applique, how to prep your fabric, and how to stitch them down.
I sit them down, and just about a little bit about threads as well.
Oh, cool.
Because I don't use I use some vintage threads too.
Ooh,
So I tend to go to charity shops and buy up
cool.
people things, and
Yeah.
some of my threads are really, really old, but they're good threads.
Good thread.
Yeah.
Good
So you
thread.
don't necessarily need to have very expensive embroidery thread. You can use a whole multitude of different threads as long as they're good quality.
Yeah,
Threads.
use quality.
Yeah, it's the quality.
Can we just get... Oh, we'll do the question. Yeah, we'll do Claudia's comment as well. What thread does Catherine use for satin stitching the shapes, please? That's Christine in County Durham.
Well, that's what I was just saying. I inherited a lot of threads. So some of my threads are 1940s.
Okay.
They are
Wow.
beautiful Silco
Amazing.
with wooden things,
Oh, lovely.
and they're much thicker. And then, but just a good quality cotton thread. You know a good quality thread because it hasn't got that kind of nasty. Bad thread has that sort of, it has a look to it. It's got like threads sticking out, little bits sticking out.
Yes,
Whereas a good
and
quality
fluff.
thread, you should be able to pull it and it's not going to break
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
But I use a whole variety. I have a huge, like a paint box of threads for all different
Gorgeous.
things. Yeah.
Lovely message from Claudia. She says, adults should play more to get away from all the stress. Catherine obviously gets into that play mode. Fabulous.
I do.
True?
Oh, absolutely. And when my husband came into my studio the other day, and he said, "What's happened in here?" And I said, I'm painting, and I had the fabric all over the floor.
Yeah.
So I threw all the fabric, these little bits. They are literally, I'm wading through fabric, just kind of. Finally, he said, "What's happened?" I said, "No,
Nothing's happened.
it's happened. It's under
It's just a
control.
creative process.
I'm just playing."
Exactly. Well, I always joke and say, you know, when I create a quilt, I just throw fabric on the floor, roll in it,
Yes.
and whatever sticks is what I use. I mean, it almost is like that. Let's do numbers next.
Yeah.
We can say lots, but sometimes we need numbers too.
Absolutely. And the numbers come in 3 sizes.
Great.
Because you never know when you, because I started this using birth quilts. Sometimes you need the little tiny numbers when you're doing the date,
Time,
the time, or
birth
whatever,
weights,
the weight,
that kind
birth
of
weight,
thing,
that
yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah. So you've got the big number, which is the same sort of size as the big thing, a medium one, and then a very small one
Lovely.
to play with as well. And again, they're
Lovely.
back to front.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
But I mean, your sample that we showed earlier on, I'm just going to grab it again.
Oh, the animals
because
one.
I think the animals. It could be modes of transport. It could be butterflies. But
Yeah.
having your numbers quilt, I just think is a brilliant, brilliant idea.
It is, yeah. I think with the transport, you could actually. I think I've done one with 1 bus, which is the big one, and then 2 cart, whatever, so that you've got exactly the same with transport ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's absolutely such a gorgeous idea. My youngest great niece was counting to me on the phone 2 days ago.
Oh.
So fun. It's just lovely. She's so proud of herself, you know.
Yeah.
It's fab. She's very tiny. I said, oh, she's a genius. She gets it from me. That's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now we're going to do the arty
Oh, the
applique.
arty one.
Oh, yes.
And there is a. Oh, here. This is actually the front of it, so you can see what they look like.
Oh, that's smashing.
Yeah, and I've done it on some dungarees, which are here. I'll show you a way of doing that. So it's this way, isn't it?
Yep.
That way.
Oh, that's great. Look at that. So you've
Yeah.
got your pencils in your
there.
pocket.
And then on the back, you've got
Oh.
another little thing on the bottom. And these are just double-sided.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Love these.
But you could use, again, you can use these on anything.
Yeah, this is clever.
Yeah, just playing around with this. I've actually got a quilt, which I haven't got a pattern for at the moment. I haven't finished it, the pattern, which has got all of these all over a big quilt, and all sorts of other objects as well. Almost like a studio floor. Like you just have like a child just playing with all their stuff.
Or you or me.
Or you, me, yeah.
Playing with all our
just
stuff.
playing with all our stuff. Yeah, all
Yeah.
over the floor.
Yeah.
And that works really well as a quilt.
Well, this as well, though, on like the playmat, if you got the transport playmat pattern, get the artist materials applique as well, and then you can mix and match the two.
Yeah.
Do your circular quilt with your art appliques on it.
Yeah, absolutely. That works really well with them.
These would be really nice on a tabard apron as well,
They look
wouldn't
really good. Yeah,
they?
they look really fun on that.
Or
Yeah.
a regular kind of apron. But if you are making aprons for children, my top tip would always be make the apron something that a 3-year-old can put on and take off themselves.
Yes.
And do up Velcro tabs. Well, they just love the independence of I can put my own apron on.
Absolutely.
Something with bows and things. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Velcro.
It would also be great on a bag, like a children's bag, like like a little backpack bag they have or something like that would work really well with this
Yeah,
too.
completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. So inspiring. Again, the artist palette, can you imagine, like Catherine's done, using all your little special scraps to put blobs of paint? Yeah. It just, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Really, really fun. Can we do butterflies? We haven't done butterflies.
We've done butterflies.
Did we?
We did butterflies.
Did we?
Because we do use your
I
bag.
missed that completely.
That was
Oh,
that
sorry. We
That
did.
one. And yeah, we did that one. Yeah.
It's me age. It's me age. It's me age. Sorry. No. Right, no, we're not going to do that again. We're going to do kits.
Kits, yeah.
We've got some
So-
kits.
Chuck those over there.
Bunting first, please.
Bunting first. So we've got a kit and we've got a pattern for bunting.
Great.
So
Kit first.
kit
thank
first, yeah. Okay, so so many people ask me about this, so I've made a pattern with a
You.
kit.
Oh, lovely.
And which is this one here.
Fab.
The bunting is made with the method that you fold the fabric and make an envelope. So you don't cut out a triangle. You,
Right.
You do a nice square, and it's sturdier. So it's got the seam is
Ah,
on the
it's got
back.
Seam at the back, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a very sturdy bunting. So what I have done is in your kit, you've got enough to make 20 flags.
Fab.
And these are the same as these Rose and Hubble.
Same as us.
Same as you, yeah.
Great.
Because they're great colours, and they're really nice. The quality of the fabric is really great.
Quality's
Yeah, yeah.
gorgeous.
So in each one, you've got enough for 4 flags like that. Yeah. 5 different colours. So you've got your
Gorgeous.
different sort of jewel colours I was going for. And then you have got your patches. So you've got, everyone's got one of those because that's the top of the cherries if you're going to do your cakes.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Yeah. And then you've got a mixture of stripes and flowers and spots. So they are random. So you're going to get in your pack maybe some of these, but you might get slightly different ones. They're completely random, but they're all really nice quality fabrics. So they're, we've got the calf facet, Tilda, there's a couple of Rose and Hubble, I think, in there as well. But the idea is that if you were going to make just cakes, because in your kit you've got instructions and you've got your letters and you've got a heart.
Oh, lovely.
And you've got a cupcake. So you might want to make your whole bunting just cupcakes, okay? Or you might just want hearts. But you've got the letter so you can do happy anniversary or whatever you want to do. But I've made it so that you've got, essentially, this is what I'd use for my cakes.
Fab.
So I'd use the flowers and the spots normally on the tops, and then the stripes for the bottom bits. Yeah,
cases.
and you will have plenty of fabric there to make all of it, and some left over. So I just kept the bits I did on this one. So I've got all these bits left over.
Fantastic. And we don't throw away any bits.
No, nothing gets thrown away. Because look, that bit, that could be used for something else, couldn't
Yes,
it?
it could.
So those are all the bits left over from the one I did here. So you will have some left, particularly if you just do cupcakes, because they only take a very small bit of the fabric.
Yeah, I think the value is incredible. £23. Now this is 20 flags. You get your bias binding to create your tape at the top.
Yeah.
You've got all of your applique fabrics for your letters and also your cakes as well. Yeah. It's gorgeous. And letter-wise, you've actually got. Have you got?
Yeah, you've got whole alphabet. Yeah, whole alphabet.
Ah, so if you put a couple of your own fabrics in, you could do 26.
Yeah, absolutely.
And do like an alphabet.
Totally.
There's a lot of value in this kit. Yeah. Don't forget you're getting a full alphabet in there as well. That is phenomenal. I'm down to single figures. Is it a different size or scale to the alphabet?
This is scaled. It's smaller than the one you get in the alphabet pack because they need to be just to fit on the bunting thing. So I made it smaller. I mean, lots of people bought this pattern and bought the thing for me to do Macmillan cake sales and things like that. And that works really well with just the cakes. Yeah. Another lady bought it for her seaside.
Oh yes.
Thing.
Yes.
And it looks, great on that.
Well, it could say welcome, it could say happy anniversary, as you said.
Yeah.
I've only got 5 of the kits left. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
You've got plenty of paper. If you're mean with the way you draw these out, trace them, which I'm really mean, I make sure that I'm close to the edge. You have got plenty of paper.
Was that your Bondaweb as well?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, wow, you can get your Bondaweb.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That tells you the value you're getting here. Two left.
The only thing I couldn't put is the threads because there's too many of those to do and it would be too expensive.
For sure. Now we've also got pattern on its own for the bunting.
Pattern on its own for the bunting.
The cupcake bunting.
Yeah, that doesn't have the alphabet. It's just literally the cupcake.
Got you. Understood.
That was the original one that I did.
Ah, got you. So this shows you how to make your bunting and how to do your cupcakes.
And it's got the little...
You could mix and match that, couldn't you?
You can mix and match that,
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah. That's £10. Now, we've also got the machine applique bag kit.
You have. So this was a workshop that I did last year and it worked really well. It's beginner's applique. So it's something that you haven't ever done before and you might want to have a go at. This is kind of something that you can actually make, that you've got a physical thing to make and you've got your applique thing here. So this is a double-sided bag and in your kit you've got your alphabet again here.
Ooh, full alphabet.
Full alphabet.
Amazing.
So you can do your initial, whatever initial you want. But you've also in addition got a heart and a Christmas tree.
Lovely.
So you can choose which side of your bag you want. In fact, you have got extra piece of checked and an extra piece of white. So you could actually make your bag completely doubled and have a turn it inside out.
on both sides.
Applique on both sides if you want to.
So we get enough fabric to make one bag?
One bag.
Awesome.
But you also have the measurements and things and instructions, so you could make more bags after that.
Yeah.
So you've got complete measurements in there.
Well, it's a lovely little sort of first bag and first applique,
bag and a
isn't
first
it?
applique. It's got the instructions on how to do the applique, beginner's instructions, and it's really good for a gift bag.
Yes.
I made it the right size for a pot of marmalade.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, we have just had Marmalade Day back home.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
I haven't made my marmalade
Haven't
yet.
you yet?
No.
You got your oranges?
No, they're still in the supermarket.
Okay.
So I'm going to get them. I have to make so much. I have to freeze the set because my husband is a regular Paddington Bear. He just eats marmalade.
Yeah, we're the same.
So I have to make 2 lots in the year.
Regular Paddington Bear. I love that. Do you know what I made the other day? Preserved ginger in syrup.
Oh, that's lovely.
I didn't even know you could do it. And then my deputy, Joan, her son made it, and I thought, oh, that's it, I'm making that.
It's really nice.
Gorgeous.
But also put it in the marmalade, so a mixture of ginger.
Oh, yeah, ginger marmalade. Beautiful. Next time, please, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you, please.
So, yeah, so that's the little heart one.
It's gorgeous.
There.
Did you want to show us a little bit of how to do applique?
Well, what I was going to show you was, and what I recommend is to find, before you start your kit, and you've never done it before, cut yourself out some shapes, like that, with a bit of bond web, and you've probably got a bit of extra on there that you could just cut off. And practice.
Yes.
Like you said with your patchwork. It's just practicing going round the edges and going round circles to get, because what it is, it's not difficult, it's just having complete control over your machine so that you're not, what you're doing is turning your machine, if you're doing a circle, you're turning your work all the time gently.
Yes.
And it's better if you go a little bit faster. If you go too slow, you're not going to get a good mark. So you want to practice going round corners because you'll have your round heart or your round on your letters, and practice going on sharp things, because you'll need to put your needle back down into your fabric, turn the whole thing, and make sure you're going over the stitches you've just done, not the other way around.
Yes.
And with applique, you want to, with your machine stitch, you want to be this line, you want to be going into your applique, not out of your applique, because you're enclosing quite strongly your piece of fabric. You're not going to get any little edges on it. So it's just practice with that.
What stitches do you prefer for appliquing the edges?
A satin stitch.
You tend to go satin.
I go satin stitch. You can do another stitch, but I like the closeness of a satin stitch. You can also make a satin stitch which is more like a little zigzag stitch, and that's quicker, but you don't get such neat corners.
Sure.
And again, it's just practice going around the corners so that you're getting it exactly right. Different machines, different things. I do about 2.5 width, roughly, on a bigger thing. On a tiny little thing like a butterfly, it's about 1.8. So you just need to try out on your machine, and depending on the thread you're using, and sometimes the colour of the thread even change.
Really?
Yeah, if you're doing a really close stitch, you know that some dyes in fabrics make things thicker.
Yes.
Some make it thinner. So I always, even if I've been doing it for a long time, I always have a piece of fabric and I try a few stitches. On your instructions, it tells you if you do them too wide, the material will start puckering. If you do your stitch too close together, it will start bunching up. So you need to just practice a few times so you get how you want it. And
Understood.
Yeah, and the fabric is nice and flat.
So play with purpose.
Yeah.
And a bit of trial and error.
It's
all helpful, isn't it?
It's just... So with the letters, you should be able to, with your... where we are? On the web. And that's 2 bits. Oh, I've got 2 bits in there. You should be able to see through. I mean, I have a light box at home, but you can, if you're having difficulty seeing through, you can also put them up against a window, and that works just as well.
That's a great tip. Yes. Yes, I'm often to be seen pressed against my window tracing things.
Yeah, you can see if you put it up against, you can trace it, but you can see through. So you're tracing through onto your bond web, and then ironing that onto your fabric, like that. And then once you've ironed that onto your fabric, then you cut it out. I have to put my glasses on because I can't see the line. You're cutting very close to the edge with a nice sharp pair of scissors. You need, for applique, you need sharp scissors.
Yes.
And I have, obviously, all my little tiny scissors as well, so that can go nice and neatly into those points. Okay. And then you can cut round. Once you've cut round, you're then going to, this completely stable once you've cut round it. And I'd also, I'd probably use a nice, slightly pointier scissors than these ones. Ooh, you don't want that to happen. So a really nice sharp pair of scissors to go, and I wouldn't cut this out with these big scissors. You need a sharp point for that. Once you've done that, you tear that off, put it onto your fabric, and press it on there, but you want to, don't push the iron, because if you push the iron, you might just pull it up and it'll start sticking in all weird places.
Sure.
You want to put the iron flat down on it, no steam, just a hot iron, 3 on the iron, and then make sure it's completely down. If at any point, if you're doing a big quilt, sometimes they start sort of coming off a little bit. You can then just press them back down again.
Okay.
The bond web will work on it again, and then you're going round it with your satin stitch like that. Easy, yeah.
Thank you for that. Brilliant tips. Now, just want to mention 2 of the template sets, just in terms of availability. Let's do butterflies first. So the butterfly set, Catherine, absolutely gorgeous. There are only single figures of this one left. Love that you've got all these different sizes of butterfly and also really good size, big sized ones as well. Diane from South Yorkshire's message, she says, happy birthday, Stuart, enjoy. Could you please show the number for the butterflies, please? I missed them. Here it is, just for you, Diane. Beautiful.
I have made a big quilt for a little girl with butterflies all over it, and that looked really beautiful.
Really lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Single figures left of the butterfly now. Be quick, Diane. Also, just one of these looks amazing on a cushion. Lots of impact, but quite a quick project. Could always go in there and add embellishments as well if you wanted. Now, the other one I just want to mention are the seaside templates. Not sure where the sample went. Do you have that? Over there. I thought it might be here, but I don't. I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll put the seaside details up.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Oh, you got it. Great.
Got it. Yeah.
So things like seagulls, sunglasses, flip-flop beach huts, ice cream beach ball, bucket and spade, of course, a kite, crabs, and sunnies. Absolutely gorgeous. Keep going through for that too. Catherine, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
When are you next in?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
When
Soon,
I'm being
I hope.
invited. Yes, yeah.
Soon, I hope. Fingers crossed. Right, let's talk about tomorrow. It all starts at 8 a.m. With brand new Seth Apter quilt collection, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Now at 8:30 we start a little early with Lynn Goldsworthy and a brand new quilt pattern called Dresden Daisies. That's an hour show. At 9:30 I will be joined by an old friend of mine, Becky Cole, with the brand new launch of the Brother in Novice Disney sewing, quilting and embroidery combi machine. It is amazing. At 11 o'clock, Lynn Goldsworthy is back with the William Morris Crossroads quilt. And then at 12 o'clock, I have got the Stylecraft Knitting and Needles Hour, including this scarf. Now, I said I'd get them back in for my birthday with brand new yarns. I have done it. These will go on pre-order about 7:30 tomorrow. We sell out in minutes every time. So we'll put it on pre-order, grab yours early morning if you can, just to make sure you get the colourway you want. They're all new colourways. You're going to love them. That is how tomorrow is looking. I think that's about it now. Oh!
I've got a birthday. You haven't got a mic on, so you probably can't hear me, but everyone, it's not just for me, obviously, with the cake, but happy birthday.
You. Oh.
I mean, it's your birthday again tomorrow.
It is my birthday
Don't
again
get
tomorrow.
Cake, so.
Oh, but I'll probably have eaten this by then.
Yeah, you have to look at that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, that's gorgeous. Oh, thank you for sharing the first day of my birthday weekend with me and with Catherine today. I will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. It's Hobby Maker next. See you tomorrow. Take care till then. Bye-bye.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there.